Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GXR Valorant Invitational India VCT offseason. Again, for the India qualifiers, my name is Asarai. With me now is Grace, and we'll be your casters for the grand finals of this one, a best of 5. And I just gotta say, I am so excited to get things started already.
100%. Again, best of 5, we're going to have a series of certified barn burners. It's always the case. Again, the maps that we get to see more maps. So it means that teams can really play into their map pool depth as much as possible. We can have some really nice upsets here, there, and everywhere. So, yeah, I'm 100% excited to get stuck into this, especially with these two teams, two phenomenal Indian teams that have really shown their stuff lately, even, in multiple different tournaments as well. And I think this is really going to be something for everyone to be proud of, and also something that potentially could rustle a few jimmies. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, of course. As I was watching the Twitch chat when me and Caster JT as well as Universe were doing the first day of this tournament, everybody was, of course, pretty hype as always with God Squad, but unfortunately, they'll not be the ones to represent this particular finals, as it will be again Revenant Esports and Enigma, as you can see here with our bracketing. But I gotta say, Grace, that yesterday's matches could have really gone either way. It was so close, knit between God Squad and Revenant, also with the Velocity versus Enigma match.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it really shows the standard and the quality that's starting to come through. Get better and better and better. And that is a roster that makes me super stoked to see how things are going to look for them in the future. But of course, there could only be two winners into this grand final, and that is going to be Revenant and Enigma. Revenant, again, another team that I kind of after my heart a little bit. I love the way that they play into the utility as much as possible. I love the way they, especially those post plants that they set up. They're gorgeous, and it's things like that just really make me quite sparky in the brain, I'll say.
And who will be challenging them is going to be Revenant Esports here. Now, I kind of have to echo your thoughts with Enigma, because they did pick up Tesseract, who is a
Yes.
Filipino-born player, and I'm from the Philippines, so there no bias in this one, guys. But he is an excellent player. He was picked up by Orangutan a couple of months ago, but it seems like he found his place. Put the pressure against God Squad. I think one of the players that has really enamored me with how he has performed has got to be Paradox, but this entire team, I think, has just really gone above and beyond. And I gotta say, since Icebox seems to be like the map where teams really showcase what they got, they really put the pressure on God Squad in that Icebox match yesterday.
100%. And like one thing I absolutely adore about Paradox is that not only are they willing to obviously be that main duelist player, they will go in and
Mm-hmm.
get those entry picks. They'll often switch to that fade, and it's something we're starting to see more and more now. And I'm 100% here for it. Using fade as your entry into that round, your way to get those opening picks. Again, so many twists and turns in a lot of these maps in those initial gunfights. But of course, having that fade utility in pocket is just going to make the job so much easier. Again, they will be going against another phenomenal team, Enigma, who, as you say, we have got a little player from the Philippines that have slotted nicely into that roster. But again, these should be a lot of faces that you all know and recognize. And it's another team that are very good at being consistent and pushing themselves further and further. And even if they do lose a map from the get go, they have that stamina to come back.
Yeah, and again, if people are wondering, Aster, you're just spitting air right now. What has Tesseract done? Well, if you saw their match yesterday against Velocity Gaming, Tesseract alongside Raw Fuel was actually the two players that got the top amount of kills overall for Enigma here, and that was him being on the role of an initiator, where he mains either the Sova or that fade. So you do know that the performance is there, but of course cannot renounce any of the other players here from Enigma. other, it was Enigma that has won 3 times. As of the most
Mm.
recent, and Revenant have won twice, but that was a little bit farther, or rather earlier on this year. So there really is that rivalry between these two, and Enigma definitely has the upper hand coming into this best of 5.
100%. It's like that kind of sibling rivalry almost, that Romulus versus Remus. And that's the things that I really love to see. It makes for a spicy grand final, certainly. And again, um, could be an opportunity for one of them to keep getting that upper hand on the other. Will Revenant bring it to even Stevens, or will Enigma maintain their title against them? I suppose that's a good way of looking at it. But
Mm-hmm.
again, we it's 5 maps. That is a long slog of it if it does go the full way as well. So again, focusing on the stamina, both teams certainly have it. They certainly have the means to get through this, and Revenant, they have this very controlled and some at times slow approach to how they want to set up for execute. But as soon as it gets into the post plan, it just becomes so solid,
Mm-hmm.
so solid, and they will really pull back. They'll use their utility. They don't really feel the need to peek. They'll just rely on the util as much as possible for that intel, for that delay, for that
Mm-hmm.
slow burn of the collapse coming back from the defense. Um, it's really good stuff. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go, especially when you do have players on Enigma who are willing to take those gunfights maybe a little bit more. Again, I
Mm-hmm.
think, in my opinion, if you're able to be a little bit aggressive, but smart aggressive, again, we want to see these duo swings come through. That could kind of maybe be a little bit of an edge there for Enigma.
All right, we'll put a that Revenant are a lot more control as a team, but Enigma, I think, also revolves around the same philosophy of that kind of
Mm.
style here. So we could be looking at a struggle for Revenant right now because, again, Enigma feels like a team that just knows that a tad bit better. Of course, since these teams, as you mentioned, have that sweet rivalry already happening throughout this entire year,
Yeah.
maybe there's that bit of familiarity that we always like to point out. When you've already lost so many times, there could only be as many times for you to really take that L. Maybe this is the time for them to take that W, because this is such a big important tournament as well for Revenant to pick up. And to be honest, Steam has been building for this team throughout this entire tournament.
Mm. 100%. And again, there's always this idea of when you have gone head to head against another team and you've had that constant battle together, that's when the kind of support staff are a bit like, yeah, we're going to
Mm.
really read and be really wearing their heads together going into this.
Mhm.
Granted, a day's break, it's not a lot of time to work with, but I think a confident team would kind of expect all kind of outcomes there and have the plan laid out. And I think that's where I'm also going to be looking to see if they are doing anything a little bit different. Bring in the old razzle dazzle, as I like to say,
Mhm.
because I think that could be quite an interesting one. Again, depending on what we see when we get those maps,
Yeah.
that could really dictate how things are going to go. Especially given there are a lot of maps that we've seen so much of lately.
Yeah.
Again, those more safer and even Stevens kind of maps where it's not too weighted either way towards the defense or the attack. And I think that would be perfect for these two to go head to head on. As it will just be down to who can use that utility the better,
Mhm.
the better, and who can win those gunfights.
Absolutely. Um, Again, we could just be an insane amount of icebox. I mean, I only casted like a series or so, but I saw an icebox. I saw I think Ascent as well as Haven. Those were the top 3 big maps that we almost do always see. I'm not sure if Enigma also has the same lineup with Velocity, that they also favor the Breeze, maybe some of those bigger maps such as Fracture. But we will be looking to see if those again, if these stable Indian maps are gonna be a good thing for both teams or a bad thing for one of them, because again, it could be just something that, because they know it so well, Enigma could definitely capitalize upon that against Revenant.
100%. And again, I think on a lot of these, and given how the agent selection's gone, I think potentially the Paradox versus Tesseract situation that Fade has in pocket. It's very good for gaining information in a very quick and aggressive way. And the fact that we're going to see it potentially an aggressive gunfight between these two players, I mean, I'm super stoked for that. That's the kind of things that I love to see. I like to see, again, it's the Romulus and Remus kind of metaphor that you can
Hmm.
use. Two very evenly matched players kind of just going and slamming into each other, and the best one can win. It's certainly an exciting thing to see. And again, if we do go to maps like Icebox, there's so many situations where that can happen, especially when it comes to that flank, especially when it comes to its opening engagements, depending on how aggressive they want to play it. Again, two teams that really rely on the fallback with the utility setup. And if one of them does choose to get a little bit more aggro than usual, that could really throw a spanner in the works and start to set the momentum. Because I think both of these teams, again, util, if you're willing to be the ones to be like, let's do something completely different here and really get them on the ropes because they're
Hmm.
not expecting it, that could just be this like infinite chaos that we might see, we might start to see come through. And that's 100% what I want, to be honest. I like the infinite chaos, especially when it comes to the best of fives. I want to see some upsets. I want to see some different energy being brought than usual, just to see how it happens. Again, I don't want it to be silly sausages where you're just kind of running at each other and hoping for the best, being like, oh, this is aggression. No, it's going to be controlled. But again, when you have a team that is
Hmm.
so structured, or two teams, in fact, in this case, which are so structured, if they do choose to get aggressive, I would assume it would still have that structure behind it, have someone
Yeah.
there for that trade off, go for those duo swings instead of just one person kind of running up mid or something and hoping for the best. Like, that's not really what we want.
At least for this particular region with the region with the VCC before, I think they've already
Mm.
proven that, from the late introduction to VCT till now, there has been that huge difference of understanding with the game and how they interpret this incredible talent as well as philosophy of the India region compared to what we saw initially right now, and they've really come into their own. So with all that being said, I think we are going to be up for a fantastic best of five on this one. I think we're just looking to wait a little bit more to fix things up for this first game. But again, aside from that, also just wanted to say off topic that, kudos to the some of the other pros and streamers from Valorant were able to do that show match showcasing Harbor, the new agent.
Mm.
So that's pretty fun. I have seen some of its
Oh,
abilities.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's actually quite
The
unique and
live
very
event.
interesting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What?
there was a live event as well. Yeah, that looked amazing. Like when you get like, because obviously I'm all the way in England, I was so jealous. I was so jealous. I was like, get me on a flight to India right now. Like, this is not fair. I want to be there. And I saw some pictures. It looked amazing. Um, don't know if any of you in chat went. If you did, let us know. But yeah, that was incredible, and I think that must have felt really good. And again,
Hmm.
I think this has been a nice autumn of us all being very spoilt
Yeah.
when it comes to Valorant. And there's more spicy news incoming as well. Cough, 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 cough.
Guys, again, apologies for the delay and everything. We'll come back for a short one, so don't go anywhere. All right, we're coming back from that break. Sorry about all the delays there and everything. We're just trying to fix some technical issues here, guys, just to make sure that everything is going as smoothly as can be once we get this grand final started. Once again, my name is Asser. With me now is Grace. And honestly, we've just basically talked about everything we could talk about right now.
Very interesting. Again, some of these teams may be a little bit more dominant on other maps than the other, but again, it is a best of five, so you would expect from the get go for people to be going to those very even Stevens playing fields just to kind of go into it with a bit of a safety cushion, so to speak. Again, prediction wise for these maps, I'm going to assume that we will get a few of those classics, things like Ascent. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, we will at some point. There will be an Ascent on the board, maybe even a Haven as well. Again, the issue with Haven is depending on where it comes through on that veto. A very, very attacker-sided map. And so if you're the one that's kind of losing those maps in the get-go, and then eventually the Haven comes through and you're starting on that defense, that could be a little bit uncomfortable. That's not really the idea that you want to have there. That's not really the sides
Mm-hmm.
that you want to be starting on. So we'll see how that will be going down as well. Again, that's really going to dictate how this best of five will go, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Because
yeah.
no, carry on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was also kind of wondering what the selection of agents will be for this particular start. I think we are about to go for the map vetoes already, so I'm very excited to see what we have in store for our viewers out there. And Grace,
Okay.
my, there we go. 3 out of the 5 maps were the ones that we were talking about a while ago.
And this is it, okay, so it's starting on Icebox is gonna be really interesting. That one obviously being picked by Enigma there. I'm assuming that they have something that they want to bring to the table that's a little bit special. Revenant starting on the attack there as well. That could be a very 50-50 in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think often when it comes to Icebox, it's more of a wide map than it is a long. So technically the space that you're maintaining is a little bit upside down in a weird way. You have to take these longer lines of sight to begin with, and then it's this really tiny choke point compared to the opposite on a lot of maps where you have these tiny narrow angles to get through, and then it's a massive open space. So
Mm-hmm.
again, for the attackers, certainly from the get go, that's where they really need to be using a lot of util from the get go. Again, maybe a bit of smokes, maybe some interesting picks will come through. And we can expect the Viper, of course, to come through. What is Viper and Icebox? Then, salt on your potatoes.
Actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. You got to salt those potatoes. What's kind of interesting here to me is we're gonna be seeing the decider that is going to be Fracture. I'm very much surprised about this. I didn't really expect to see this particular map, but it's the one that kind of slipped through the cracks, as it were. I was more hoping for maybe a Pearl. I think that would have been the best finale to have seen. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about, very big emphasis on utilizing the Viper. But I guess looking away slightly from that, what other agents were we looking at from these teams that they used in their matches from yesterday? So for Enigma, they have gone the route of the double Sentinel as well, where Raw Fuel plays as its chamber. Antidote will be on that Sage, while on the side of Revenant, it is actually the same. I think the only difference is what initiator they use. Actually, Tesseract actually goes for the Sova, while for Revenant's side, it's Wimp that utilizes the Fade. Now, I'm not really the biggest fan of Fade as your only initiate player, so I guess this still works because he does have Paradox with him that plays the Reyna, so you do have that flash ability compared to Enigma that has no flash whatsoever, just hard contact, because Excali does play on that raise. So I'm wondering, is this slight bit of agent shift going to be a huge component in how this match unravels?
Potentially, again, that if you're enabling yourself to work around that map to the best of your potential, again, it's all about. So I have a polar opposite opinion about Fade over you. I think that the util is just so on point, especially for when you are going for those opening engagements. It's so easy to get those initial kills under your belt if you're playing that util properly.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, my main concern here is that on paper, but the opening of these maps kind of look like they should, in theory, favor Revenant more, but then the close up looks like it should favor Enigma more. And that's purely
Mm-hmm.
down to how those maps are played and who's starting on the attack of defense. Now, we
Mm-hmm.
pull the agents into that, the agent selection. Again, it's really going to come down to getting those opening engagements under their belt because 9 times out of 10, if you're the ones getting those entry picks, the entry conversion rate to that round win can be very, very high. So that's what we kind of want to see from these teams. If you're getting those opening picks and then you're not really getting the rounds on the table, that's where it starts to be a bit of a concern because you're not using that util properly to maintain that pressure, to maintain that map control. So that's certainly something that we should all be looking out for.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Again, with Icebox, it's going to be an interesting one from the get go because you need as much pushback utility on that attack as possible. You need to be really making sure the defenders aren't trying to contest those long lines of sight against you.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think things like, Fade, Viper, of course, some smokes on the table as well. But then if you are bringing that Reina in, if you are pulling in a duelist that for at the moment isn't really fitting too well into the meta, but again, it's more down to the fact that if you are going to bring her, you need to be hitting hard with it. And that's where my concern is because if you're in with the Rainer, you send out that Leer, you're reacting, you're swinging instantly to it. And yes, you can do that without information. But if you're pairing that with a Fade where you are potentially getting that information 9 times out of 10, that works really well as a combination. And that's where we want duo play come in. We want to see the two players swinging together, pushing together. That entry needs to be coming from two, not just reliant on one. You could just rely on the Fade, but I'm starting to sound like a bit of a Fade fangirl right now. But again, you want to see that duo push or at least that duo pinch because that's where it's going to be really impactful and hit the enemy hard. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, again, this could be quite an interesting one because if Revenant don't show up in these first two maps, this could get rocky for them. But I'm
Yeah.
assuming on paper that they will.
Yeah.
And if they do, this could very well go to the fifth map. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I really do think that these first few maps will dictate how the rest of the series will go.
Yeah. I agree. I feel like with what you mentioned there with Fate, I guess one of the strong points that can really help out Revenant here is her corner checking with the Prowler. So that's also something,
Yes, exactly.
yeah, right, that will definitely help them out because there's so many cheeky positions in Icebox that you can really well utilize here. And that is going to be where Rafael can really do some damage as the chamber. Maybe if you can flush him out early to activate his rendezvous, that'll make sites much more palatable here for Revenant as they push in. Of course, haven't also mentioned about this. Both teams, or rather, a lot of the Indian teams really love to go for Sage when you come into Icebox. The safety of that wall, again, even with the changes of Icebox and altogether,
100%.
the wall just really helps in being able to secure A site, more so B site, I think. Anyways, we were talking so much about that, I forgot we haven't really seen Agent Select, and now here it is.
Well, this is it, yeah. Especially when you go for that final execute, you want that Sage Wall just to give you a little bit of a safety net where no one can hold that line of sight towards you and shut down that plant. So naturally, we are going to see a Black Hawk stick onto that. We're seeing Paradox on the Reina, which means, of course, Wimp will fall probably quite nicely onto the Fade. They are kind of tickling above it, but we assume that will be locked in.
Mm,
I'd love on the chamber as well. Again, a pretty standard setup coming through from Revenant there. I think that's what we expected, isn't it? But on the other
yeah.
side, it's a kind of similar looking composition. We do have the Sova there for an extra bit of added information game. And this is where it gets very exciting because I've spoken about this a few times recently. You've got the Sova versus the Fade, where the Fade, although it's not really truly focused on finding intel, you get so much intel from it, but it's first close quarters intel.
Hmm.
On the other hand, it's that ranged intel. You get all that information without having to immediately push that aggression towards the enemy. And I think that's where things are going to be quite interesting in terms of how, like, the different energy, I guess you could call it, between those two
Yeah.
teams. One team holding back to get that information game that other people are then reacting to. And then you've got Wimp on the Fade, who's going to be, I assume, pushing with Paradox. You're getting the intel and you're both immediately swinging for it. So, two
Yeah.
very different styles of how you're going to approach the enemy coming through here. And be pretty incredible if it works well for both sides.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be, I think, a big, or rather, a great litmus test of how well this addition of Tesseract really is to Enigma. I know Enigma has been just looking so good and well versed already with their new addition, but I wonder how well it can really translate into a grand finals where this is going to be a best of 5 again. At least speaking from experience, I know the Tesseract has just done fantastic with the teams that he's been on, but hasn't really gone above and beyond into what they have, reached in terms of the tournaments that they've won and such as that. Again, with his brief stint with Orangutan and the teams that he's joined in the Philippines in the past, it's not as good. He's an incredible player. He's incredibly smart, and his Sova is also something to be feared on. And I wonder how well that really, again, translates now that they're going to be facing up against Revenant, who also has some really incredible players that they have that they've also picked up for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. I think again, it's this issue of, when roster changes happen, often it does take a little bit of time for things to work out, and it's not even like, okay, there's been a few weeks, we'll find now. It's you need a longer time, and as time goes on, we've already seen so much progress within the region as well. And that's why I'm very excited going forward. Even again, just bringing them up again, God Squad this weekend. I think that is a team that I'm certainly going to be keeping my eye on, because I think there's so much potential there, so much area for growth as well. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that the more time goes on, the more we're going to see these strong teams coming from the India region, and potentially, dominating some of these mixed region tournaments as well, which is going to be quite nice. Again, I believe that the winners of this qualifier will go on to go against the winners of the SEA qualifier as well. So that's something to be watching out for in the coming weeks as well. But in the meantime, there can only be one winner. This is a best of 5. This will be a long slog, but let's get stuck into it.
Let's get in and get started. As you mentioned, seems like already our attackers vying to go for the B site push as of now. It's going to be Raw Fuel that will be looking to defend against this. This is going to be a 5-man push too. His rendezvous back point is going to be not at 2F on B site, but rather on Snowman. So he's definitely going to have to shoot through the smoke here if ever he does get pushed forward. Now, I didn't see this. Did Blackhawk actually purchase or opted to go for the wall? Seems like it is. And there you go. As the Fade, the Prowler flushes it out, forces them to TP back away. And this should give them a nice little push onto the B side, although they still have to respect that there is that Viper smoke that is stopping them from committing too hard on B and on yellow.
100% already. I love the duo work that we're seeing from Paradox and Co. That plan can probably go down pretty swiftly, and that's what I think we're about to see. And trying to find a head to try and shut this down. There we go. There's one on the win. There's one Paradox as well, but Logi trades for Cal. Back down too. And there is a third on the run for Antidote before Rawful finishes things off. And that was a very swift retake of the site before the plan could even go down. Very, very excellent teamwork there coming through from an Enigma.
Okay, I gotta say that wall was kind of not as good for Revenant here. The thing is, when you're already that committed as a full 5 stack, right, pushing on the B side, why would you put the wall there that pushes you to go orange rather than just have the vertical wall and get the more aggressive push towards Snowman? Yes, it's a bit risky. Yes, you have to put down your own wall, but I think presence-wise, zoning-wise, it's so much better if you are able to just get that control, because you see the translation where they're just so caught up on B that they didn't really know where else to go.
100%. I think if you're going to commit to a site, you need to be pretty on it, pretty swift at cutting off lines of the site as well, which is something we potentially needed from Heaven. But for now, it looks like they're still trying to contest B a little bit.
Precision kill.
Already the cleanup coming through, though. Blackhawk does put it back out. There's Tesseract yet again. Beautiful stuff. Blackhawk and Logi are falling down. That's a 3K for the round. Already, this is coming through very, very swiftly from Enigma. I'm already feeling a little bit scared for Revenant. Again, the fact that these angles aren't being held, the fact that these kind of guesses as to where those flanks and pushes are going to come from, they're not going to give you the site for free, guys. Let's mind our P's and Q's. Let's make sure our 6 is covered, even if we have to use some utility to do so.
this is what we kind of saw also yesterday, excuse me, what I saw when God Squad was going up against Reckoning Esports, that some teams just tend to forget that, you know, Icebox has multiple angles of attack, points of interest for attacking side. So kind of just giving this away is, you know, kind of concerning. But again, it's only the 2 rounds. That was still the save round for Revenant here. Still plenty of time to bring it back. Seems like there was a quick little pause there once again as they're trying to fix whatever was happening with that one. But when we come back, or at least when we come back into that game, we'll be looking at what Revenant does with their Byron. Unfortunately, for both of the 2 rounds that they've started with, none of them were actually plants on the spike, so their money is going to look a little bit what's the word here, short on
Rattled.
yeah, exactly, when they're going to try to buy anything.
No, that's exactly it. I think this is I call it the chunky boy icebox. I call it the chunky boy. It's wide. It's a wide map. It's short, but it's wide. And if you get past that initial, long push to the site quickly, that's when your immediate focus needs to be on what angles can they hold against us. Because granted, it's great to force the objective, but if no one's communicating, I'm holding here, I'm holding here, I'm holding here, or they're at least not setting up util to be able to deal with that. Even like, a smoking pocket that can be easily used to
Mhm.
cover up heaven or wherever, really. Again, even if it's just a bit of cover around mid, just to put the pressure on mid so no one's kind of flanking through there. It's those things that you have to be constantly thinking about. And yeah, a bit of a rough start for Revenant, I will say. But again, as time goes on, maybe they'll kind of be like, okay, we're being a bit silly sausages here. Let's actually do it properly now.
Yeah.
Enigma, for the most part, their gunfights have been really going well, but again, it's because they're catching them off guard and they're able to just kind of make this a playing field because of that. I mean, here we go. Here's the smoke in mid. It's at least going to cause a little bit of a kerfuffle. Not allow any immediate push, but I think Poison Wall may have alerted that this may be a B focus. And again, RVK kind of holding up on this heaven spot. You really need to be mindful as to what util you're using to push them away from that position, because they're going to probably try and land those shots as best they can. They're now being joined by a teammate as well. So again, the duo players coming through. Yes, the wall is up. That line of sight is cut off.
Oh.
He can come through. Try and deny that plant, but there we go. Plant is actually being stuck by Blackwall. And it is now a post plant for the first time for Revenant. They just have to line up their angles. But look at this. Enigma, like sharks in the water, they're hunting out their remaining players of Revenant. A 5 of 5. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but here we go. The duo is coming through. Beautiful trades coming through there by
One enemy remaining.
Well, if I can get my words out, trades across the board, and that is still a promising sign, because Revenant, yes, they've managed to secure that post plant despite all of that, despite all of these angles that were being held against them, but it's because the trades were there. Bad enough having a little bit of a spice on there. 4 kills for the round.
Absolutely. A bit more expensive because of that flank coming in from Tesseract all the way through B long. It was the Viper that was supposed to deal with him first, but he definitely dealt with that so quickly. There should be enough money here, I think, for Enigma to go for an operator if they do want to. I mean, there is a Lear that could always just push back the Haunt as well, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Anyways, Excali, that wall kind of blocks the push in of Bad Love. This gives him a nice little positioning. Could actually go for pipes to challenge Excali's position if he wants to go for it. And Excali just barely misses Paradox on the peak. I think he was able to spot that, so he could give his teammate a little bit of information if ever, but the trade does come in for the belt push altogether. 1-for-1. Blackhawk does get the res in the end, but look at this damage from Raw Fuel, able to get a snazzy little flick on. Still, that doesn't stop Revenant. 3 versus 4. 2 of them very low already. Tesseract, does he have a lineup with that shock dart? Doesn't need to, because shooting through the wall is enough. Absolute mad dash damage. Sets up the recon dart there and gives some information as they try to push right in.
100%. There we go.
Oh!
Ooh, beautiful swing out there.
Enemy
Blackhawk
remaining.
is actually very
Last
waiting. Wim
player
gets one down to
standing.
Rawful, and RBK trades it back out. Can they win out? 1 versus 1. No, they can't, because Wim landing their shots, securing that dub for the side of Revenant. And that brings us to even Stevens, is what we like to see. In the meantime, though, that res didn't really enable much, did it?
I guess I think it just gave them a fighting chance, to be honest, because that was down to the final player for Revenant, right? And 2 HP on Wimp. So
The tiniest of
um,
pixels.
yeah, it was a resource that they had to use, and it's a resource that I think still paid off because at least it was a body that they were willing to sacrifice just to get that second round. Everything, Grace, has just been, I felt like it's just been put for what's the word here? Just aggressive trading has been the name of the game, at least for these past 4 rounds.
There we go. Well, you start things off, Excalibur, but once again, taking down Paradox. Win for the trade again. As you say, trades by trades by trades. It's looking like the stock market. There's another one for Win. Excalibur falling down, and that plant has been secured. It is now yet again a retake for Enigma, and it's a 2 versus 4 retake. So this is going to be a bit uncomfortable. Again, look at all of these lying held. Bad Love just really maintaining this pressure on that approach. There we go. Raw falling down. Can they get RBK as well? As that duo swing comes through, Wimp is the one to finish that off with a beautiful 3K for that round. And that was a very, very strong execute coming through from Revenant, I must say.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head there. They have just been adjusting so quickly to what the Enigma have, and I think the quality of synergy with what they, how they throw out their abilities has just been getting better and better these past couple of rounds now, which has, I think, been a big help to them. And look at this, Grace, very much good in terms of the creds. They're stacking up a nice little bank. And speaking on the other hand for Enigma, I don't know how to call it, a naked operator, a no shield operator has been purchased by Enigma here. So I wonder how effective this is, although it's all the way through B, so I don't think there's going to be any contact for Revenant against the sniper. It's going to be all in the A side, where Antidote not really setting up any cheeky Sage walls, so I wonder if they're going to save that for post-plant when Revenant explodes onto the A site.
Ooh, could be. Paradox willing to get stuck in. The layer goes out. Can they push themselves in and find an opening kill? There we go. A little bit of ringing around the rosy, but Antidote's actually the one to shut that down onto Whip now. But Ice Ball goes up, but it might be broken down very quickly. Paradox falling as Black Hawk raises back out. One enemy remaining. He gets the trade off.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness. Black Hawk comes through with the clutch.
Your duty is not over.
Able to go to the red again.
Last player standing.
Get the second one on the whip. Goodness me, and that defuse can go down. What a clutch coming through like Scally.
Gotta pick up the operator. Where is it? Ah, there it is. All right, he's fine. That is the second res that we've seen in less than 6 rounds, or in 6 rounds. That is crazy for Revenant. Blackhawk has just been getting so many kills here. Unfortunately, just shy of that one clutch. I think he already knew where Excalibur was going to be peeking out. Unfortunately, his aim was not true enough.
Thank you.
Seems like there is going to be another bit of a breather here for these teams. And man, already, as you mentioned, such a back and forth struggle here to see who has the clear advantage at the start of this game number 1.
This is it. You know, I did say that the opening 2 maps would probably dictate how things are going to go. Again, based on who's starting on the attack, who's starting on the defense. It's already a very tough struggle between both teams. And some of these clutches that we've seen come through have been phenomenal as well. Some really nasty shots as well being landed. But again, we speak of the importance of utility. It's just, again, how impactful the Sages are actually being thus far. It's not just, these reses have been coming through from Revenant like there's no tomorrow, but it's also the fact that we are seeing the ice walls constantly being popped up constantly. And we did touch on this before we went into it, but it's the way they're being used like so instantly. They see the player and they're just reacting instantly. Ice wall, okay, bye. Like, it's the stuff I want to see. It's this idea of, okay, you're saving that util in pocket. You're not immediately going for the force of that objective. You're not immediately trying to secure that plant. The spike isn't going down with the ice wall behind it. You're using the ice wall to delay the approach from the defense. And when that's happening, it means that potentially the positioning of that defense isn't as good as it could be. Those trades aren't coming through fast enough, or the pressure isn't being applied in the right way. where you are putting yourself in a position where the ice wall can come up. I'm wondering if this is a point where Enigma start to get a bit aggressive with it, because I feel like if you were to kind of go for a bit of early round aggression, or maybe hold a really horrible like ratty angle, you could completely throw a spanner in the works to the way that Revenant are choosing to approach this. They're going in very carefully, getting a few kills on their belt, and then they're delaying that defense's push so then they can get the spike down, instead of being like, the spike is the only important thing here. If you're able to get those opening engagements, those opening kills under your belt, I think that sets them for momentum as to how the round will go. It could rattle them a little bit more. Because again, they then have to play for the trade instead of focusing on that objective. The timer burns out, and as I often say, time is the sixth defender. So if you aren't keeping your eye on the clock, it gets very scrappy very quickly.
Yeah. I do have to say, I think the cherry on top has got to be that Sage Wall, but the thing that happens before that, the one that we mentioned with Revenant, I think it's clear already to us that because of the fade as well as that Reyna, it does make it incredibly difficult for Enigma to actually defend against that. Again, the threat of just being haunted and leered. It's such a potent mix. It's just a potent combination that I think Enigma, even though, as you mentioned, it would be great that they could go aggressive to try to counter these pushes from Revenant on the A side, but because of just how there is no counter utility on the side of Enigma to fight against that, they just have to back away and hope that their retakes would be better. Although it is nitty and gritty, if they can at least create some bank with that kind of style, and if they can make it happen, which at least one round shows that they have the capability to do so, it seems like there is that might be the safer option right now for Enigma, because I think right now, as of the moment, Revenant have just an insane mix of entry aggression that Enigma won't be able to stop that.
I think this is it completely. And again, the more time has gone on with Fade in comp, and again, how that utility can be in those opening engagements, that's why we're seeing a lot of teams sometimes fall onto that KO weirdly on a lot of maps. Granted, not all maps at the moment, but I think teams will start to see more of that, and certainly we'll see it throughout this series. And that really delays that opening aggression because of that utility use. And it's a shame, really, that hasn't been taken here. But again, there's more important things, really, classic that you would want to take on this. But again, thinking outside the box and going forward, it'd be interesting if we do see more KO come through on Icebox.
Haunt as a setup right there. We could intentionally could have seen that if another team came in from the top four, because I do remember, I think it was Velocity that uses the KO here. Any case, Excali brings out the showstopper to the table. I think they were slowed down by the orb, and then Excali made sure that his teammates' utility can be followed up upon. Great tags altogether, but if he gets a little bit too greedy here, Grace would get spotted by two more. Oh, this is not a good wall, because this would actually force everybody to look 410 more than anything else. Never mind, Excali does have the double up. Blackhawk does get the trade.
Down A.
I thought that was not a bad mix, but since Tesseract was there for the double up, never mind. Now we're down to only Bad Love. He's the headshot, pixel angle. But can he connect it? That is the question in this 4 versus 1.
They found my trap.
Well, there's at least one.
30 seconds left.
Potential exit. Oh, yes, they can. I was going to say, depends if they can land that shot, but certainly they can. And that was a really clean, swift round from Enigma there. Just, again, trapping that approach and just winning their ones, essentially, there. Little bit nasty, a little bit nasty.
Just incredible to see that pick. I would have loved to see the POV from Excali's side during his takedown there. That would have been incredible. And speaking of Excali, okay, wanted to go for the satchel. Okay, double combo, slow and nades. I won't really deal anything other than just slowing the pace down. Paradox has actually gotten through here. I wonder if they actually heard him drop down there, which they did through the wall. His teammate bumped it up, so Angelo could have seen nothing. Paradox now getting the heal, pushing back up, but because without the support of that Lear and everybody blind through the wall, look at the damage coming in from Excali. a little bit too overconfident for Revenant there, and they paid the price here, Grace. They paid the price with their lives. The toll is too taxing. That was so awkward. Why would they go like this?
I think they read into this idea that they needed to bring some aggression and maybe kind of throw a spanner in the works there, but they weren't aware of the lines of sight that were being held. They weren't aware of the positioning. I think that's the issue sometimes with aggression. You need to at least know that it's safe to go and be aggressive and know where those shots are going to come in from as well. And the trades just weren't coming fast enough there. Rightly so, we might see a little bit more pressure now towards B. A bit of a B execute, which surely changed the momentum a little bit. There we go, the cover goes through. Paradox held back just for now.
Poison's off.
Great control on mid. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, carry on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just an aggressive push on mid by Scally on mid there. As Rafiel finds Paradox, they know exactly where the attackers are now positioned at. Black Hawk trapped on spawn. I think they're going to go for the double push here now that they know that the other players are actually trying to go through the A side to push right in. The wall comes through, the slow as well. Antidote can isolate a fight here. If he wants to, he can actually just go and slow play it with a flick. Amazing as can be. But the problem therein lies. This is another 4 versus 1. Rafiel only waiting for him in a pixel angle. And this operator getting so much value from Enigma.
100%. I mean, that pick there, immediately shutting down Paradox, it cut off all of that pressure towards that B site almost instantaneously. It's again uncomfortable for Revenant now. Really uncomfortable. Again, I'm kind of wondering if we're going to start to see a little bit more of a controlled aggression. I think the aggression would work, but it needs to be controlled. Antidote being held back for now. So again, they're expecting the aggression actually from the defense, and it's just not quite coming through just yet. Rawful, can they land another disgusting shot here? Onto the players, they go for it, but they whiff a little bit. They're going to have to TP back to safety before an immediate fight back can happen.
See, that Paradox actually jumped up of the Hunter's Fury just to dodge the tag. On pipes.
It's becoming a little bit ring around the rosy, isn't it? A little bit ring around the rosy. Oh, there we go. Beautiful trades coming through there. Wimp falling, and then Tesseract being immediately traded there by Bad Love. So that's already a different energy from Revenant, ready and waiting yet again. Rawful with this up in hand. We've seen how nasty he can be with it. Can he land this shot to Paradox? Yes, he can. There we go. No immediate trade from the attackers either. So that's going to be a nice little freebie for his pleasure. Black Hole beginning to find
30 seconds left.
much room as they can. Again, you've got to be a bit safe about it when you know Rawful is lurking in the shadows with that operator in hand. Antidote holding the crossfire now too. And that Viper's pit is nice and open. That's potentially going to give them all the breathing space they need. Antidote getting very bolshy here. There we go. Shut down actually.
10 seconds left.
Badlove and Logi clearing the space up. So that flank could go down.
Last player standing.
Try and shut it down. There's at least one onto Black Hawk, but Bad Love shutting down Excalibur means no more util use to try and clutch his back. RVK does have a pit of their own if they want to pop it, but looks like they might just go for a bit of the old spray and pray. Can send some poison out if they wish as well, but look at the positioning right now of Revenant. They are really trying to mind every single angle into this pit, really trying to make sure that the approach can't come in. I mean, if you're going to try something bulky, it needs to be now. Or poison going out just to delay that push towards that spike. And yeah, rightly so, RVK is just going to hold back and be like, fine, you guys have it.
Interesting enough, they actually went out screens, so RVK probably expecting they would have gone and exited through A main for a nice little set of exit frags, but that was just... I mean, Rafiel was doing so much just to make Revenant really have to pay for this. But unfortunately, and it was just kind of awkward. Excali and RVK stayed so long on B once they heard that there was that drop on Belt when Antidote heard it for all the way through A. So I was wondering how quickly they can actually start to rotate, because with 30 seconds, there really isn't much time for opponents to go B. And since they waited and didn't really get any information, Enigma were so out in the dark for such a long time that Revenant were just able to place that. And even though we were kind of hoping that, oh, 1 second earlier, maybe that nade would have been so good with the paint just to stop the plant from the spike, it was more of just, I think, Enigma playing too safe for their own good when they had the numbers advantage. I mean, again, they did push back Revenant in their own side of the spawn, but that little bit of hesitation on getting just that bit of information, I think just was the make or break in how they could have won that round.
100%. Spinning. Rothful once again looking to win his ones. Looking for the approach from the attackers. Looking for those cheeky little heads to come collapsing into his arms. Scally as well. Long line of sight here. Hit going out. That's a pretty clever and pretty smart way to completely cut off
your
that
fear!
frequency as well. As well. That's really aggressive collapse, but Rawful ready and waiting. Paradox falling down, and no immediate trade. Can Rawful get a second here? And it's one for Tesseract when falling
30
down.
seconds left.
And again, no immediate trade coming through from the Revenant. They really need to get these trades off. At least one Logi taking
Spike
out.
down A. One enemy remaining.
Rawful and Excalibur, they are just absolutely on fire. And Badlove and Logi, what can you do? Again, these trades. Asura, they're just not coming. They're not coming through.
They're just too far apart from each other. But to be fair, I mean, they probably weren't expecting that they would have lost that backside when Paradox was with a rifle, Grace, an automatic rifle against a sniper at close range. Again, it happens, but that was just a punch in the gut for Paradox, who's really struggling to find these frags, only at 2 kills after so many rounds already. And now come what may, for the first half, they're going to be up against snipers and everything. And Paradox, is this a frustration play, or is he just going to try to sneak one in? Activates the ultimate. They know that he could be really close right now, but not that close. Antidote misses the beat, and Paradox redeems himself with the 2K, starting right in already. He's not getting stopped whatsoever. Tesseract waiting for the swing out from Paradox here, but Paradox decides to just stay inside the site, wait with his team. Doesn't really need to go overcommit on this one, especially now that they have this 3 versus 5 drone to use to clear out the angle. Paradox exposed, but not tagged, so he can reposition here. Tesseract still good with the aim. Not the end, but Badlove coming in from the flank all the way through Hut has made it an absolutely terrorizing position for Tesseract and teammate to try to get that retake right in. They have to check every single angle. Blackhawk is in a nice little pocket here, but Tesseract finds him. Tesseract now pushing. They have the wall. Stop them. Peek strike 2 onto 410. Oh, they don't have time. They're not actually fighting him, and he's going to be able to defuse the spike. They respected him too much. They just had to shoot through the wall they had. It was out in the open.
Whoa. The things that make you cry at night. Things like that, to be honest. Again, I think, to be fair, the setup for that post-ban wasn't optimal, let's be honest. I love the fact that the flank started to come through, though, from Badlove. I thought that was really smart, but again, at that point, it's just too much too soon. You've lost so much control there that these lines of sight can be held. Well, the lines of sight that would normally be held just weren't there. Bad diffuse comes through because it's pretty much uncontested because you're not close enough to contest it. It's, oh gosh, it's frustrating. I like Revenant as a team. It's one of my favorite teams, to be honest, in the Indian region. I think they're absolutely incredible. I love the way they play into their util, but their positioning has been so squiffy so far on this map, and it's really upsetting to see because we know they can do better. We know they can do better. I don't know if it's just the pressure of going into this. I don't know if it's because it's Sunday Fun Day. You know, it's this idea of, you know, get your heads in the game, get that positioning on lockdown, and really hold those angles tightly and closely so those trades can come through. It's a real big shame. I mean, to be honest, again, on the side of Enigma, some of these shots we've seen Goodness me. Goodness me. I mean, Tesseract, to be fair, like, what a demon. What an absolute demon.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff.
And that's why he got imported into the VC,
Yes.
into the Indian scene, right? Even as an initiator, his positioning has just been absolutely sublime. And Grace, I'm just looking at the stream right now. There's a stream delay and everything. I'm just looking at that again. He could have just shot through the wall. That spike was, even though it wasn't optimally placed, it was still planted for open space. So even though there was that wall that was blocking their line of sight, I guess with all of the kerfuffle that was happening, the audio cue with the defuse, they didn't know, or maybe they didn't time it correctly. They could have just shot through that. I think they were just playing a bit too scared, even though it was supposedly a 3 versus 1. But once again, Revenant here, I think the problem for them could be two things. The communication definitely is good for the start, but what happens in the middle where it's most important, I think, is where they're kind of failing on. And the big problem as well is the mid-round conversion of how well they can really control that site, I think, is really faltering here, especially when you still have Tesseract with his utility to flush out those corners. I think Revenant play a little bit too greedy, where they play just bit by bit rather than just playing for trades. And it is actually exposing some of the weaknesses that they've had in these rounds.
100%. I think if they decide to play into that trade game a little bit more, things could go a lot nicer for them. Again, crossfires have been a little bit squiffy. Having people just a little bit closer, even just for those audio cues, or to kind of constantly be throwing out what remaining utility they have. King's coming through, and there we go. Raffle has your number, Bad Love. Bad Love falling as the opening pick for this half, and already a lot of room from out the side of Enigma. They're really getting stuck in here.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that they are. Excali thankfully does have the heal from Antidote here. Antidote actually still staying on the default position on the site. Paradox might not know about this. And as he peeks out, there it is. A nice little left click, right click for you with the classic Antidote. If he pushes this, nobody is going to be expecting his angle. This is so damn deadly for him. Might have to get back into cover. Excali doubles it up. And the trade game from Enigma is just that good here, Grace. 2 versus 4 as the round continues. You can hear the footstep. Run into the corner. Excali does get traded out. Top clock is ticking. Excuse me. The Hunt comes through. And Tesseract actually gets overwhelmed. They're going to have to push through this. They're going to have to charge in. But Wimp is actually holding the fort. No, never mind. RVK denies it. Blackhawk could not have actually stopped defusing the spike and deal with him. There was no time left. And with such low HP, he wins the fight.
I mean, again, it's such a shame because you did see the attempt at the retake, but again, when we look at the map, when we look at the positioning, the angles needed to be held a little bit wider from the defense to try and go for that retake. They're all kind of shuttling in on one another, and that's when it gets a little bit dicier. Because again, even if the line of sight is cut off, you still get that little audio cue of the Tootsies. This is some really spicy early round aggression coming through from Paradox. Tesseract, rightly so, holding back just a little bit. That's a different side of Paradox we haven't seen in a while. They're committing to it too. The shotty to the face. No immediate dub though. Raffle's going to take out Blackhawk in the meantime though. So that's that one going to fall off the table. There we go. Excali getting that pick there. And that plant is nice and down. And again, look at the setup that Enigma will take. We've got Excali pushing at the back there. Is immediately traded out from spawn by Logi though. But again, look at the spacing between the Enigma players and look at the way that Revenant in a 2 versus 4 now have to approach them here.
Player standing.
Very uncomfortable position. There we go. Raffle taking out Paradox. And it's all left down to Logi. And there we are. Beautiful shot. Just but again, the holds in that post plant are so much stronger at the moment from Enigma.
So much better indeed. Again, just the weak buy or save round here for Revenant. Back again into their purchase round. It was only Excali that really purchased that hero AK. So coming into this one, they have a nice little bonus round because nobody actually got taken down that much. So the plan here for Enigma is to find a fight where they're going to be much closer. I don't know if Revenant is reading this correctly because they're getting really close to a lot of these Spectres and Vandals that Enigma, again, are willing to go for those double-up trades, and you're already seeing that. Excali throws the nade, clears it up, no flashes in between, but their hard contact is actually working here beautifully, Grace. Blackhawk is good, but not good enough to win that fight. That is an awkward position for the Spike. They're just gonna have to get the picks right now. Roomba is still available for Excali if he wants to. 2 versus 2. They know Wimp is right at the back of the site. That's going to be at least one holding the angle.
One enemy remaining.
RVK does not win it, so it's down to Excali here. What does he have? He can't really try to pick this up because he's going to be trapped inside a cage if he makes a mistake here. But he's trying to open things up, and he is making so much noise. Everybody else from Enigma, or yeah, rather from RVK and Revenant know about where he is. He doesn't know. Yeah, they've wrapped around, and that's going to be that. Very messy, but they make it work regardless.
Messy indeed. Note again that they really stuck together at the end there. So Wimp and Logi just really playing into that duo, and that's exactly what we need to see from Revenant. You don't want to separate yourselves. You know, if you're the player in that 1vx, the easiest way to win a 1vx is to bait or initiate into these 1 versus 1s. That is your highest probability at winning that out. You get, you know, 4 sets of 1v1s or 3 sets of 1v1s in this case, 2 sets of 1v1s. Revenant didn't give it to him. They were like, no, we're sticking as this duo. We're swinging around to the other side together, and we're making sure that we actually take you out nice and safely. And that was very, very good. That's exactly what we want to see. Again, a little bit of early round aggression coming through from Paradox. I really respect it at this point. This is kind of what I wanted to see. I think that Enigma aren't really expecting these kind of things from Revenant, given how safe they can play. Oh, a little bit of a wish shot from Revenant. Paradox not immediately contesting just yet. I think they are aware of Excali's approach, and they're actually going to high-tide it out of there for now. Looks like the spike's being rotated towards a B take as well, so this could be a little bit of the old bait and switch. Again, I'm wondering if a bit of util will be used just to really ensure that may be happening. We will see what happens. Antidote lurking, ready to make this approach, but ready and waiting. Ooh, look at this midsection Wimp. This could be massive. They go for a bit of a spray and pray just to make sure that if anyone is willing to contest that midsection, they certainly know that Wimp will be ready and waiting for them. Logi, though. Well, Logi's certainly going to be calling out that that Execute is coming in hard and heavy. Excali, beautiful opening pick there. Completely clearing up the space. And look at this. Excali all the way to the back now, holding that line of sight, potentially going for the pre-fire against Blackhawk as well. That's going to really apply the pressure. He's trying to come back here. Paradox, though, gets one down to Antidote. Can they get a second? Excali has ulti now, so can go for some nutty kills. There we go. Paradox falling down. Blackhawk on the approach here. Boombox goes out. So does the pain kills. So much util being sent here to push them back. And there we go. Really clean from Enigma. A clean execute. And all of that utility, all of those jiggle peaks to really put the pressure onto Revenant. That retake could not come through at all.
That was good that Antidote was actually with Excali there, because I would have actually feared for Excali's life if he was just alone. At least because he had Antidote to get that vision, he could have prepped the Showstopper. Now, people were wondering why didn't he use the Showstopper faster? He was waiting for the eye from the Reyna to vanish, so that she couldn't dismiss out of the explosion of that, and gives him so much threat level again with that Showstopper. Another thing as well that we didn't really see clearly on the camera, Excali's perfect execution with the double satchel onto 2F on the B site as to how he caught the Viper just staring right at him, because he thought that, okay, I could actually throw my snakebite right now because the chamber trap was stopping everybody, but it didn't actually because of that double satchel, because they were already preparing to do so. So you can really see Enigma here have so many set strats working so well into their favor.
Ooh, look at these paint shells already. So much pushback coming through from Enigma. And that spike is nice and down. It is already a retake situation for Revenant, who are getting cleaned up right now by Rawful and Antidote. Logi with falling. Bad luck falls too, as does Blackhawk. Goodness me, Rawful. Can you please give them a little bit of breathing space?
You can't. Gotta choke the competition.
Yeah, gotta get those. Goodness me. 20 kills. 20 kills. That is phenomenal. I mean, again, like in terms of PR, that's pretty decent. That's a 1.17, I believe. So we'll round up to a 1.2. Good going. Very, very good going.
Excali too with 19. I mean, he's the one who's a duelist who should be dying more times than not, right? Because he's entry fragging and everything. But he's done such a banger of a job here that, again, as you can see, so much control and pressure is being done. Actually, you know what? Let's just lay it out there. 3 players of Enigma right now are top fragging with about 17, 18, and 20, or rather 18, 19, and 20 with the top 3. Anyways, Rafiel really playing this position with that decay putting into 1 HP. This man has no fear, nerves of steel, very ballsy. We'll see if that works out in their favor, because Enigma are going to do the same thing to push up onto the A site right now. Again, 1 tap is all that will take Rafiel down, but the utility that they have, they're going to start flushing out the members of opponents here. They're going to also flush out this Viper to get away, but he actually falls back. Excali will not know about this, but if he finds Blackhawk on the back of the site, this could be good. Although Logi actually spotted out by Antidote, this is still looking too bad for them. You'll ultimate use Nightfall to flush out the attackers, but that will not dissuade Enigma here on the push.
There's no way they just still committed to that side. The absolute confidence right now on Enigma. And as you just heard, 30 seconds on the clock, so this spike needs to go down very quickly, but it is going to be an all-out bloodbath. Excali looking for the heads of this defense. Can't quite find anyone just yet. That wall goes up to that platinum stops B. Taken, there we go. Such a great go. Beautiful!
Oh!
This is out of falling. Blackhawk trades it back out before being shut down by Astro, but Bad Love is there.
Last player
ready
standing.
and waiting. An uncomfortable post plan for Bad Love to be in a 1 versus 1 now, though. This could be massive. Again, it just really has to make sure they are making sure that these angles aren't being held, looking for the tight little pinches here and there. Could try and essentially force that diffuse. It looks like Antidote is holding the very, very long angle. They've completely removed themselves from that side. Can the swing come through? Yes, it can. And there we go. The first map is going in favor of Enigma Gaming.
Look at this replay. He actually hit the one on screens unintentionally for that headshot. And again, smart use of the satchel to boop his opponent. So again, the accuracy of the weapon will kind of shake a little bit. And you saw, again, Excali just incredibly high IQ plays, super confident. And as you mentioned, no fear for Enigma here to just readdress that side when the Nightfall hit from the fade. And it just, again, shows how much faith they have in the control and synergy that the team has when they execute these plays. And really, it does show, especially that the final score is 13-5. They really are putting Revenant to their paces.
100%. Again, if that was pretty rocky for Revenant, I think pulling the Viper's Pit there was the right thing to do. It's just, again, you need someone in heaven there to still be contesting and making sure they're not coming up over the top, because that's exactly what happened. And again, though, I think 9 times out of 10, you would expect, okay, maybe they'll be forced to go for a separate rotation now. We can pick them off in that mid. That just didn't happen. They just went for it. They were like, yeah, no, we're still going to go for this A side. Like, what are you going to do about it? Really, really good stuff there. Again, some of the shots that we saw coming through from Enigma as well, in terms of how those gunfights were going, it was just disgusting. We saw that the constant little tiny pixel angles that were being held were just really going in their favor. I did love from Revenant that we did start to see this aggression coming through. I think it was Paradox really pushing towards those approaches. Because again, if you are the defender, time is in your favor. People aren't expecting you to really push. And when you do, it really throws a spanner in the works. So I think from Revenant, it was they were doing the right things towards the end. It was just at that point too much too late. And again, because it was getting towards that match point, that was just an unfortunate one for them. And I mean, yeah, map MVP rather, Excali, of course. We saw some disgusting shots come through from Excali.
Not just that, but masterful use of the satchels for the Rays. Again, I don't really see too many double satchels even in pro play, because it's incredibly unnerving if you make a mistake. It's either you get yourself booped up too high in the sky and become an easy pick for opponents, but Excali just executes it so excellently here. As you mentioned, 21 kills, 5 first blood, so he's really getting into the nitty and gritty of opening things up for Enigma here. And an ACS so active with this combat score of 316. If this is what we will be expecting for the rest of this series, Revenant are in big trouble.
100%. However, we are going to go to Ascent next. And again, we've seen so much Ascent in the last few weeks in this region that I think it's going to be a good one. They've got a lot of data to go off. This could be the time for Revenant to pull it back. But yeah, let's look at this scoreboard, the final scoreboard for that map. I mean, the stats say it all, doesn't it? I think that was a little bit of an underperformance from Paradox, unfortunately. I love to see Paradox pop off in the way that he does, but they were just not able to work in an effective duo in that map as well as I would have liked to see. And again, I really want to see Paradox and Wimp playing around each other. And I think going into Ascent, that should be quite nice, especially when it gets to that midsection. Seeing how those two are going to bob and weave in and out of each other, it's going to be quite a spicy one, especially if you've got Bad Love lurking around too, maybe with an op in hand. But for the most part, yeah, Excali, Rawful, and Tesseract just absolutely dominated then when it came to those gunfights. Again, the utility use was absolutely on point, but the angles, the pixel peaks, the stuff of dreams, to be honest, Asaray.
Absolutely. I wonder if Paradox is going to be able to make this happen. Although Revenant has shown that, I mean, we can probably talk about this later on when we come to Ascent, that they don't really like to go for, or rather, they opted to go for a no duelist comp in the last game that they went up against Global East, excuse me, not Global East, but God Squad. So I wonder if they're gonna readjust and try to, what's the word here? Gamble Paradox resetting himself and realigning to be a better duelist come what may for the second map, which is going to be Ascent. Now, there's so many factors that could change that, but I wonder if they're still going to draw back into the no duelist comp. But I think that that is going to be difficult or maybe even a mistake because of just how aggressive Enigma can be. So unless they have their set strategies and utilities locked and loaded, it would be nice to at least see either Paradox or maybe Bad Love try to go in and pick up themselves up a duelist.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's this idea of Enigma starting on the defensive. They'll have to set the momentum by pushing forward first. But again, when it comes to that fish market, that A long, you've got those very tight choke points. So again, that's where the initial fight should happen if there is going to be aggression coming through. And I will be curious to see how Revenant are going to deal with that. But for the meantime, we will go to a quick little break. So please get more water, refresh your snack box, things like that. And we will be right back.
All right, guys, we're back. Game number one. What a entry statement there. Yeah, a statement from Enigma. 13-5 to finish things off, Grace. And really no flinching, I would feel, from the top three players right now, from Enigma, Raw Fuel, Tesseract, and Excali. All whatever they want to do, they make it happen.
100% again, making it happen indeed. Some of the crossfires with those pixels, absolutely on point. We love to see it. This is my concern going into Ascent because they will be starting on the defense. And again, they're the ones that can then set the tone. They are the ones with the timer in their favor. They are the ones who, from the get-go, are going to be really looking to get those opening engagements under their belt. Will they do that through aggressive duo play, or will they do that through util to begin with? Again, if you're Revenant, they're a very utility-heavy team. We've seen them have absolutely gorgeous setups with their util on this map, especially in the past, especially in post plants as well. We've seen them win post plants based on how they're using that utility and those lineups. This is a good playing ground for them to go into, in my opinion, to try and pull that back to a 1-1. But again, Enigma, they've been absolutely on fire. They were incredible in that last map, and just really dominated from the get-go. And I think that's my main concern here, because Revenant, while they can be a very patient team, they like to take their time to secure the map control and get their lineups perfect. I think that they can get a little bit rattled when things start to not really go their way, and that's where they start to make these changes, but they're not the changes that would work safely for them. It's kind of sometimes bolshy changes that are very hit and miss as to whether they'll actually work out or not. Um, Again, though, I think the main thing for map number one that I really want to see more of going into this is just the lineups and the trade game coming through a lot stronger from Revenant. I know they can do it. That's the frustrating thing. They just need to have those trades come through and keep those kills under their belt and make sure that they're not getting whittled down too easily by the side of Enigma, who, as we said, they're a little bit on fire today. They're a little bit on fire.
Well, I mean, that could definitely change come to Ascent, because I feel like Ascent does allow for a better positioning for crossfires and in conjunction to that trading. So there could be a difference here that might really help out Revenant. Now, I think, again, I like just to go back to the point, before the break, that I mentioned that Revenant also do like to play the no duelist comp here on Ascent from time to time. But is that really the best option right now? I mean, we did have a 5-minute break. Maybe we've talked about it. Maybe they still need the duelist to entry into the site, because it might be difficult to try to do anything when you don't really have that sword to pierce in, or that spear to pierce into the defense of Enigma, when you know that Enigma's ability to either, as you mentioned right a while ago, have those 3 versus 1s, those multi-kills rolling between Tesseract and Raw Fuel were just incredibly, I think, frustrating for Revenant to try to deal with. So with all of that being said, are we going to see the duelist or not from Revenant?
I think we're going to see the Fade used as a duelist. Again, I think that's what they're probably going to try and do. I think that, again, personally, I like the fact that they don't bring a duelist at times. I think it's really interesting to see them be a bit creative with it. And I think, again, Fade, I keep harping on about Fade so much, but I just love that agent. The util is so cool. And if you're putting someone who's used to playing duelist, again, a very aggressive and confident entry into each round, and
Yeah.
they're on that kind of utility, it can work the same as a duelist. Granted, you don't have you don't have anything that can be used as a flash. You don't have anything that's gonna initially cut off their vision. But it's this idea of you're putting the pressure on the other person because they know that you know where they are. So they're then in this position of like, oh, how many people are going to swing me from this corner now? I'm trying to line up my line of sight, but I need to also back out a little bit. And that's where the pressure really comes. Yes, granted, you're not cutting off the line of sight, but they are not knowing what they're expecting here. And it's like the mental warfare almost that can happen there. And if you then go for a duo swing around the corner again, like, Wimp and Paradox just suddenly swinging out behind that kind of util, that could be pretty nasty. That could be pretty nasty indeed, especially when it comes to the potential of overextension from the Galaxy from Enigma. Again, granted, think of the fish market as an example. You're trying to push through fish, and you have a defender there that's holding this tight ratty angle. Suddenly, all this fade utility comes at you. You know that they know where you are. You're in that angle, so you can't safely retreat out of it. You know that you have to take this gunfight, but you don't know how many players are there. If you're then duo swung, it's kind of like game over. It's easy pickings, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. So I don't know what's gonna be the mix up right now. There is that emphasis again on that mid control because Ascent does.
Yeah.
If you are able to do that, it's similar to other tactical shooters where it allows you access to either go deeper. Again, as you mentioned, the market. When you open that up, it's either you can push up onto B, have that nice little B split from market and B main, or if that isn't where you want to go, you can always just default onto A short, which is always a nice little entryway for attackers here. Now, again, that is where it gets a little bit interesting because I go back to my point once more, where if there isn't any duelist, that is actually a really nice way to utilize a short control, because if they do have that fade, Prowler is going to be an incredible tool to clear out these tight little corners right now. And now, Grace, will have our confirmation as to what Revenant are going to be picking, but it seems like they're going to go for what they already know, and that is go for the no duelist comp, but triple initiator with this one.
Hmm. Yeah, and I think this is something we've seen a lot from them, especially on this map. Again, the KO coming through. That utility can be so important, especially from the get-go, especially when it comes to those opening engagements. Again, we've seen some really nice shots come through from Black Hawk as well. So that's going to be really nice to see. Again, of course, the intel, if they do choose to lock into that Sova, you've then not only got the initial intel from the Fade utility when it comes to the aggressive react instantly information game, you've then also got that kind of safer, okay, this is roughly how the setup's looking a few stages away. How are we going to approach it? We've also actually
Ooh.
from Revenant, we've actually seen some really good post plant situations come through from them taking that Sova as well, and how important that's been. I heard a
Choose
little
your
excited
agent.
from you then.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, it sucks. All right. I
Thinking.
thought we were gonna see a Phoenix. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off there. Oh, I thought we were gonna see a Phoenix with Rawfield as the jet. My hopes were kind of up. I really wanted to see Phoenix is actually incredibly much stronger right now, because if our viewers are actually keeping track of the patch notes and everything, we did see somewhat of a balance against initiator flashers compared to duelist flashers, where they got a lot more love. Their flash times are much quicker now. It feels more snappy, and honestly, the curveball from Phoenix is much better. But not that KO. KO is still strong, but now you can't really be strong with self flashes. You have to do left click flashes to get the most out of his blinding ability. But anyways, aside from that, I guess we also again go back to the point where triple initiator. I guess what makes this work for Revenant is, rather than the explosive entry that the duelist does give you, at least you're never gonna be like worried about you not being able to scan the site incorrectly, right? Because if you have three initiators, you got the haunt, you got the recon dart from the Sova, and then the disable from the KO. This just makes sure that whenever you go for any of the sites, at least you know that your opponent, or if they're there, they're going to be disabled, they're going to be exposed, and you should have an easier time to manage against them.
100%. And again, I'm not too surprised that we're seeing the Killjoy come through, because it is Ascent, and we've seen how important those lockdowns can be. And again, especially from Revenant, we've seen some really good use from them in the past when it comes to how they're playing around those post plants, how they're using the Killjoy in conjunction with the Sova as well, to really enable and delay any pushback from the defense to go for that retake. So that's certainly something to be watching out for, especially given that, yes, Revenant are starting on the attack here. So again, their game, if they can get that spike down, eyes on the prize. Be keeping eyes out for that. So this could really go either way, in my opinion. I think this is probably the most even playing field that we're actually going into out of the whole of these maps, in my opinion. I think this is going to be the most even Stevens playing field. If there's any chance of overtime on these maps, we're probably going to see it now. But again, the pressure certainly is on for Revenant, because they're currently a map down. They need to bring it back to even Stevens and keep pushing it through and through and through.
Yeah. But again, because this is a best of 5, there is always that chance to bounce back. At least they do have these what I like to call buffer games, where if you do have that that stamina for a prolonged series, at least you can give some of these games away. But obviously you don't want to do that. Anyways, now we're looking deep into this one, guys, as Ascent begins. How does this triple initiator work? I mean, we know how it works, but how does it work in the hands of Revenant is, I think, the better question to ask here as the round begins. And seems like Revenant looking to get some control on mid here, while their commander, that Astra will be playing from top mid, supplying the push with the smokes, with the stars on mid side.
100%.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Here we go. All this mid control pretty much being handed for free. They could just collapse nice and easy. And we've also got Paradox in Fish as well, willing to make their way through. So all that pressure from Market, all that pressure from Fish. A beautiful pinch to try and get into sight, but ready and waiting for them is Rawful and Co. Tesseract as well, sending out the shock starts. Beautiful shot down from Blackhawk as well. That's the opening pick for this game.
One enemy
Scally and
remaining.
Tesseract, as expected,
down,
pushing
B.
forward with the Battle of Falling. Tesseract traded out, but Scally ready and waiting to get that trade off themselves. Straight across the board, looking like the stock market. There we go. Scally getting that final pick. A free game for the round. Beautiful work indeed. I love the fact that the three of them, that's like the worst possible nightmare, isn't it? Your opening round, you're given all this control for free because you can go for this beautiful two-dimensional collapse into B, and look at the players waiting for you. Of all the players to be waiting for you, it's the players having an absolute field day today. That is just bad luck. That is such bad luck.
True that. And to kind of add to that, did you see that Tesseract actually threw 2 of his shock darts on the right lane, where he was making sure that Raw Fuel would be primed with his jet dash come to the B stairs. So he pushed everybody on the first contact for Revenant to go to where they want them to go. So it made it even worse to do that. Anyways, Excali, what an aggressive push here from RBK, and he's not done just yet as he goes aggressive through this. Seems like Revenant will be committing for the buy, or for the aggression here onto the A site, where the Vandal has actually been picked up. So they do have it in their hands right now. The flag coming in from Black Hawk. It seems like Revenant are a team that will not yield, not dissuaded from that mistake that was happening on A main there. Weird that Tesseract got smoked out, but this could be a shroud of cover that gives him a bit of fighting chance, as Antidote coming in closer does get down one
enemy
on
remaining.
that Vandal. There's Tesseract already coming in, has the ping. There's the last one, and Antidote didn't even need his teammates to help him out. They do retrieve that rifle in the end, but that was a little bit worse for wear. I thought Revenant was going to do so much more damage, but only the 2 kills and the plan on the spike. But still, regardless so, not a bad round altogether.
No, absolutely not. You know, we saw some massive plays come through, and even the flank coming through. They've really shut down that pressure from Heaven from the get-go. You know, I believe it was, Black Hawk that went through and was able to go for that long rotation. They had all that mid control just by themselves, but the market door closing didn't really allow any additional pressure or line of sight for them to know that was happening. It's just towards the end, it just kind of fell apart a little bit. Again, positioning more than anything and allowing for these 1v1s to be taken. Initial aggression on both sides to really start to push each other around when it comes to that midsection. This is exactly what I love to see when it comes to this map.
Same here, as now we're seeing all of that utility be used on mid here. Raw Fuel is going to be the one on the first contact right now. Not really bad. Thinking about, because of that Spectre being in his hands, it's a little bit risky that he's actually out in the open like that, because he's very exposed to B main. But I think they have a general idea of what Revenant want to do, which is to go for that mid control. They're making a lot of noise for A main here, or rather B main. But nobody from Enigma has actually been spotted out yet. Just a little bit of noise. And maybe that's the pull that they actually needed, because look at where the members of Enigma are. Although, as I say that, they haven't really over-committed to the B rotation here. And now I think their read is right. It is going to be short. It is going to be A. There's going to be the triple initiator finding its value. RBK hasn't been spotted out yet by that utility, so it's only Tesseract that has been exposed. There's the push out. There's the smoke. Tesseract will have to deal with this, but can't really find too much. RBK doesn't know that Blackhawk will get that refrag in the end. 2 versus 4. And Excalion teammate very underhanded here. Antidote does have the Vandal, but doesn't get any value whatsoever. Excali, wallbang. Not even so. Logi just, again, chasing him down to the ends of the earth. No weapon save in hand. Tesseract could not react, and unfortunately for Enigma here, they did lose that round.
I think that was the main linchpin as well, because it was, again, the idea that Enigma read that so well. They basically went for that immediate rotate as soon as they knew that that was happening. And I was waiting from a second from Revenant, because I thought, okay, they're not actually committing to this execute as fast as they could be, to the point where we're also starting to see a bit of pressure towards this garden area. Again, ultimately, the shutdown didn't come through from the get-go, and that allowed so much breathing room for those angles to come through. Meantime, a little bit of a quiet before the storm. Again, Revenant trying to get the feelers out, working out what they're contesting against right now, trying to work out where this aggression is. The free fires through the wall as well. It's a smart and safe way to approach at the moment, I think.
What a counter! And he embraces them with a barrage of pellets with the Judge. Okay, the ultimate was used. That heroic display of Judge play delays the push from Revenant even further, and they've been called back to go on mid onto the A side. Nobody's going to be swinging against this. And this B side is completely open to the elements, and more importantly, completely open for Revenant to take. Everybody's just trying to scramble in as defenders to try to retake this, but now here comes a game of whack-a-mole. Where is Logi actually positioned? Okay. He was actually spotted out there by Raw Fuel. Tesseract finds Bad Love coming in from B main. They've isolated both of the defenders, or the attackers rather, on the back of B. That dart actually exposes on fast lane. They don't know anymore where the opponents are. And since they still have Tesseract alive, look at this drone. Gonna get that information. Smoke to cover the back of the site. Do they know that Wimp's here? Absolutely they do. An Antidote surgically gives the antidote and takes that site very well, and plenty of time to actually use it too.
The retake game is just so on point. I love the fact that we saw the owl drone almost entering for the players that were trying to retake immediately into the mud, because this idea of like, okay, if you're distracted momentarily because you're trying to shoot out that util, I can swing out behind it. It's almost using that util as an additional player in a way, an additional target for the attackers to have to try and shut down as this retake comes through. And that was really clean, to be honest, on both sides. I love the fact that Revenant were able to go for that collapse after rotating very smoothly. It's just that post-plant very much went in the favor of Enigma. They played that so smartly.
Absolutely. And I think it's just also Revenant not really expecting that Enigma was going to attack every single corner where they could actually post for a post-plant. Tesseract feeling a little bit too heroic there. Maybe overconfident here. Grace, as you see players of Enigma falling down, trying to retake what was lost in terms of that map control. Unfortunately, it's not going to work this time. Huge wall coming in, but Excali, he's committed to he is really going at this. Although that Molly stops him dead in the tracks, he's going to try to get a little bit closer, mayhaps. But the dog does spot him. The Prowler exposes his position on short. Logi comes in closer with that seals the fate of Excali. Now it's only Antidote to remain. They don't really have too much money, so he can't really try to chase this 5 versus 1, especially that this is where Enigma are going to start struggling right now in terms of that economy. Bad Love, though. Okay, he's exposed. Now they know. And you run. He's just going to try to escape for dear life. And can he find that distance? But look at this. Right now on the swing is going to be Wimp. He doesn't know about this, but he is aware that there could be some shenanigans. And can he get back into cover just before everybody else comes in for that mid swing? And he is just trying to play cat and mouse right now. How quickly, how well can Antidote actually save this Vandal?
I love how much Revenant really want the Vandal to be locked. They're all just running at him like sharks in the water. Again, a really interesting round there, really. I'm wondering what would have happened if Excali would have just closed the door into Garden from the get-go, cut off that rotation route from 3, and kind of just then had only the one angle to contest for a bit. maybe that would have gone a little bit better. We're actually seeing the timeout come through from Enigma as well. So again, I think they are already rustled by the fact that Revenant are around behind them, which is a very interesting way to give us a little sneak peek into the mental. They really don't want to allow that to happen. Serious coach face is serious. It's one of those ideas, isn't it, that you kind of want to have a massive wide berth, really, when you are playing against another team. You want a lot of rounds in your pocket, and when there are, again, that last round, it's the idea of if you're in that kind of situation, do you have to push by yourself and be in a position where you have these multiple angles held against you, or do you use the fact that Ascent has these doors that you can shut? They have these essential like free walls almost, if you think about it. And for me personally, it's this idea of using that to the best of your advantage, especially if you're the only person holding a site down for a while. You want to wait for the rotation from your teammates. Just close the door. It cuts off that approach entirely. They have to shoot it out while they're busy faffing about with the door. You can focus on that A main. You can focus on the approach there. Maybe get a few of those kills while the rest of your team go for that rotate towards tree and garden.
I guess the only difficulty with that is because there's been such an emphasis for Revenant to get that mid control, and again, because this is the triple initiator comp, having so much information, even though if you're able to shut down those doors, it does get blasted real quick with just like 3 people shooting it with a rifle. So the amount of free space that it does give might not be as plentiful as Enigma would probably be hoping for. And speaking of that triple push on mid, look at this once again. Raw Fuel, though, is close here. He does hand prime that dash if need be. He does have his teammate right across him. RBK does find the first pick first. This is where at least these sheriffs do get their value. Raw Fuel immediately smokes up onto short there as he tries to back away in space, up 4 versus 5. Now RNT, defensive Killjoy ultimate on B just to force him back onto the A side. I wonder if that's actually a good idea because there's still 30 seconds on the clock here.
Left.
Not a lot of time, but still plenty enough that it can allow Revenant to still decide whether to go for A or B. It seems like it is going to be the B for now. Flash here from Antidote. He's going to TP back on the back of B side, and he is actually going to commit to this alongside Raw Fuel and teammate, so they will be really looking for the fight. RVK, good damage altogether, and Revenant, what is happening? They don't have time anymore to plant the spike.
Oh, well, you certainly don't know now that the spike is down. And yeah, 4 seconds on the clock. The timer is ticking. The swings come through. Logic gets 1, but again, there is just no time. The exit frag starting to come through on both sides, and there we go. That's so unfortunate.
That is so awkward.
So flabbergasted.
Because it's so awkward. What was that about? They got the map control. I guess maybe they got also flabbergasted, flustered by the ultimate on B. But even so, they knew that they had so much massive mid control that whatever they wanted to do, especially in that round that Enigma's buy would have been so weak, was so awkward to see and say at the least.
There we go. At least probably getting shut down nice and early. So already this pressure coming through from Rawful. A little bit of a backup there as well. That intel dart just giving the information. Yeah, you stay back. We want you to not contest us. We're going to throw everything at you right now to try and delay that approach. It looks like actually Revenant are choosing to contest it, though. Again, maybe due to the utility burn they've just witnessed. They're feeling a little bit safe. The owl does go out to give a little bit of information. Here we go. The ult gun's coming through. Carter gets shut down as the lockdown comes through as well. And this is a very uncomfortable position for Tesseract and Rawful to be left in right now. No escape for Rawful. Gets 1 for their pleasure, but is immediately traded out by Whip. And this is a little bit of a ruckus on both sides. A 3 versus 3, and that plant and spike plonked down officially.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, great second shot from Blackhawk there. Mistake on Antidote's side to actually get detained by the lockdown. I mean, we've all been affected by the lockdown, but not like this. Blackhawk, okay. He's just gonna have a nice little crossfire angle, and RVK's made some noise. They already know exactly where he is. Again, go back to that question. Save or fight? Will he try to go for those exits? Hearing a couple of footsteps come in through B main. Now, is he gonna look to challenge just a lot more? Again, just let the fight for another day with that Vandal.
It looks like nothing's gonna happen. There we go. I mean, that was very, very clean from Revenant. Again, my main worry is how much they had to commit to those ults in order to get that round win under their table.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Timeout though from
Placing
Revenant.
alarm bot.
So they could be looking at, you know, again, when we kind of see timeouts from a team after their winning side, they usually talk about what else they can do to keep that ball rolling. Because I don't think Revenant did anything anything wrong in that previous round. I think the only real difference there is what happens now that they don't really have that lockdown anymore to utilize to
That's
bully.
exactly it.
Yeah, to bully their opponents.
No, 100%. You know, they don't have that Fade ult on the board. They don't have the Killjoy ult on the board anymore. They have to go in a little bit scarce. But again, it's this idea of, okay, that created so much control for us. What util do we have in pocket where we can create a similar situation? If we want to have this much control, how are we going to play it in terms of where we're going to take that map control first and pinch in from? Again, they did a really good job of baiting out a ton of utility on Enigma's side from the get-go. So maybe we'll see something similar. Maybe we'll see them kind of really contest an area without swinging so much, just to get rid of a lot of that defensive utility, and then that's when they hit them hard. Only time can tell, though. Once again, neither team willing to go for an overextension, and this is kind of a very different type of energy from both sides. I think the pressure's starting to really be on both sides, and I said this would get a little bit close. I mean, speaking of pressure, beautiful shot there. Logi falls down, so that's all that Astra utility taken away from Revenant now as well. The pressure being applied in that midsection. Well, there we go, say from Paradox, but Tesseract had something else to say about it. The intel dart going out through. Kali taking out Wimp as well. No immediate trade just yet from the side of Revenant. And already it's a 5 versus 2, and that's very, very uncomfortable indeed. Padlock being tagged out a little bit. Blackhawk trying to go for the swing desperately. A little bit of duo play on that mid, but there we go. Angelo and Tesseract just clean it up, and again, that was uncomfortable from Revenant, but granted, they have no utility there to really contest it. That was just an unfortunate opening engagement. The intel dart came through. It gave the information. Call-out started coming through. And from then, it was just immediately unraveled.
That was awkward, too, from Paradox, because if you saw his body language, he actually had his Prowler primed to push for mid, and then he decided otherwise to try to just, you know, raw peek from mid, maybe going to short. And honestly, Tesseract was left behind by Rawfielder, so I was already expecting Tesseract to be a casualty of war, but it actually worked in his favor when Paradox just didn't use the Prowler. Coulda, woulda, shoulda here, Grace. It happens, and when it does, it turns into such a big mess like that. Any case, again, they're going to try to re-challenge on mid once more. And look at that. That time, Paradox did use his Prowler, excuse me, on mid to clear things up. Is the initiator. Should do that. Anyways, 2 on A main. Looks like they're just clearing up mid here to push back the defense to make a short push a little bit more palatable. And it could be a really good idea here because, yeah, Rawfield's the only one here. Although Rawfield's a demon. Yep, they had the door closed. We're absolutely talking about that. And he does have his teammate here to help him out. Excali is down, but Rawfield is still here. Jumping, leaping, dodging. And Antidote helps out his Brody before anything gets a little bit too scary. And can they retake the weapon? Yes, they can.
There's so many shots coming through from Rawful then with a snap. Again, it's this idea of give those players an op and they'll have a field day. Rawful holding on to the op as well is going to be a hard for Revenant to contest, I think. Again, let's see what they've really
Recalling my bot.
Pocket.
Tactics beat firepower. Use that.
Granted, we have got the Blade Storm up on Rawful now too, so that could be really, really nasty from that get-go. RBK is looking to contest Fish a little bit. No one's, again, willing to push it. It's this quiet before the storm moment we're starting to see from these sides. No initial aggression, although mid is being taken fast and furious, but the Owl drone coming through is going to give the information that the Tesseract need. And remember, they've got their ult in pocket, so if they want to pop that down mid, they probably could, unless they try and save it for the collapse from market. So again, a lot of things to consider here, actually.
Plenty of things, especially the fact that they don't really have that much firepower or utility anymore to get any map control. But Enigma are still respecting that they could group up quite well here. That's why you're seeing Tesseract just hold that angle first, because he'll be safe if they actually go through all the way on spawn. Paradox now can actually decide to just go for B, and Excali has pushed up all the way on top mid. Now they know this is an absolute push onto B. As of now, Raw Fuel, will he repeat that angle? Looks like he did, and Paradox denies him. Here comes RVK, jumping up, challenging, denying the push onto the B side. You can't even touch the ground that is there. It's sacred territory for Enigma, and that is going to be RVK picking up the 4K, as well as just the absolute banger of the highlight.
Highlight and a half, to be honest. I mean, look at this. They just cleaned it up. Goodness me. Goodness me. That's I don't know if to shake my head or just laugh at that, because it's like the patience and the confidence. It's again this confidence that we see come through oftentimes again and again and again and again from Enigma. They really just want to contest it, and they're happy and confident to contest it as well. Looks like a full steam push there through Fish. There we go, the ulti coming through to try and get a little bit of breathing room. Paradox falling Blackhawk as well. Beautiful shot with the up there from a raw fall, and there we go, the lockdown yet again. We've seen how impactful it can be for the side of Revenant, really allowing them the breathing space they need to clean things up. But again, the collapse is coming through, a little bit of delay. This pushback starts to happen.
Wow.
There we go, with falling down. Blackhawk falling too. Loki, it's all over nearly. It's all bad luck in a 1 versus 4. And it's very, very uncomfortable. The spray for the box and the pinch angle from RBK. And there we go. An admirable attempt to try and hold on to that again. That's the unfortunate thing. The collapse didn't come through fast enough once that got down to the top. The retake could come through so quickly.
That, and I'm pretty sure Enigma knew what was about to happen. Because of that null command, again, disabling all utilities in the vicinity of where KO's pulse hits. You saw how far back Tesseract actually played and just waited with his Hunter's Fury. So because of that, and also him getting value with the kills, it delayed Revenant's push so much on B that they were never really in a comfortable spot to actually play that post plant. So really good reads here overall from Enigma, just to read that situation as much as they would, as cleanly and as perfectly as what we saw. Also, interestingly enough, Excali is rocking the operator now. And I'm not sure if Raw Fuel has also an operator up in itself, but in any case, here we go. They're going to just charge right in as much as possibly can. They're going to go through short here. Raw Fuel waiting. There's going to be the Molly to delay things a little bit more, but it's going to be actually grass here where the rest of the attackers try to occupy, but it's so awkward because of the Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown just pressures everybody. There's going to be the one, and Raw Fuel chases down Bad Love, picks up the hat trick, and the half ends in a 9-3, looking very similar to what we saw in Icebox.
It's uncomfortable. It's kind of making me throwing my notes out of the window a little bit, because everything I thought may have happened kind of hasn't happened. Enigma have hit them so hard here. Again, what do you do? It's the thing is, it's again frustrating. It's very frustrating. Revenant are using the utility and they're not quite timing things around it just as well as they should be. Again, with the Killjoy lockdown, that is the perfect moment for not for you to dilly-dally around, market entrance. It's for you to get stuck in and start to work out what lines of sight you're going to hold. Granted, yes, that pressure's coming from the back, but it's these constant ideas of, when you're using heavy util like that can just clear so much breathing room, use that to your advantage, hold those lines of sight, get ready for those trades to come through. Because I think they're getting a bit hungry for the kills. I think they're really wanting to take those gunfights a lot more than they should. And when they kind of calm a bit and they settle themselves, now I know we can just hold angles and get the kills that way. We don't have to push them as aggressively. That works out better for them. We've seen them do it time and time again. We've seen them pull back for that post plant, for even the plant in general, multiple times over the last few weeks in different things. And they do it so well, but at the moment, it's just very scrappy from them. And it's a different energy, and it's not fitting into their playstyle that they're comfortable with, in my opinion. I'm wondering where this change up is coming from, because for me, it doesn't personally make sense. I think if they were playing a bit safer, they would have got more of these rounds on the table. Granted, they are now going to go into that defense. So that's where they have the timer in their favor. It's where they can just kind of hold back a bit and just hold these lines of sight. Like, I mean, I don't know. How do you think this next half's going to go?
I don't know. I feel like I think the change although I do feel like the change of sides actually deters them a lot more, because I feel like the triple initiator was vetted because they have that first pick on attacking side, right? And when you put that on defending, yeah, you can make a lot of information gathered, but if you couple that with how I think you were talking about how it was so weird about what changed with Revenant. I think what changed with them is their mentality, or maybe their confidence with how they approach the fights, has just been slowly being chipped away by how so aggressive Enigma have been. And because of that, I think this is going to be such a bad mix that you have so many initiators that give information, but nobody willing to go for the fight. So I think if they can get that reset real quick and maybe try to challenge, that's going to be something that they can work out of. But it's going to be much more difficult now that again, we go back to the point that they don't have that explosive entry. They need to stop them from coming in. They need to get that value with the initiators in rotation rather than in maybe retakes or something. But we'll have to see how that kind of unravels, because it is so I think so painfully obvious now that Enigma have created the pace of this game, and Revenant are just here for the ride.
Yeah, which is a shame, because again, Revenant are a really good team, but it's this idea of they're a good team when they play into their strengths, and I think at the moment they're trying to do things that is outside of how they would normally strategize things. I've seen some beautiful takes from them in the past, and again, especially when it comes to those post plants, and I'm wondering why we're not seeing that same energy from them, really. And again, could be that they're getting a bit flustered and they're just hyper focusing those picks to clear up the breathing space for them to then hold the angles. But I think, nah, lads, just hold those angles from the get-go. You'll be all right. Going into this again, they have so much. I mean, look at mid. Look at mid, Asure.
Yeah, that's a control that they were kind of hoping for again. But I am speed. Whoa, what a flick from Rafuel. That Hunt, though, does absolutely nothing to stop Rafuel's bombardment of shots through the smoke. Finds a second one. And this will be an easy picking, come what may, into B. That turret finds that the contact already, that the defenders are still here, already in close. Okay, everybody's just a bit too hot right now. Everybody's overheating with how they were picking these fights here. 3 versus 2, but the rest of the defenders are incredibly low here, Grace, especially Floggy, who is just one hit away from dying. Okay, everybody's just being a bit too cheeky, and they could still lose this if they make a mistake. Never mind. Okay, there you go. Antidote with the right clicks on the burst classic. It's fine, but honestly, they were just playing around in that round, in that particular pistol round.
I just can't get over how on point some of these gunfights are sometimes with, granted not that part, how on point Enigma are with these gunfights sometimes. Again, the pistol round, we saw some gorgeous picks come through. The mechanics on that team is absolutely phenomenal. It really is impressive. And again, we look at the kills on both sides and how close all of Enigma are in terms of kill count. it's a really good sign. It means that we're consistently landing those shots, or
Mm.
consistently winning their ones. There's no one kind of hyper carrying them on like 20 something kills, and the rest of them are on like 2 or something. It's promising. It's fully nicely spread out, perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Wait, where is that line from? Oh,
It's
the
Fano,
dagger.
doesn't Fano say it with the little
Yeah, the
spiky thing? Yeah.
Yes, with the dagger. Okay,
I'm
okay.
like spiky thing. You're like dagger. It's great. It's a dagger.
I mean, it's also spiky, so you're not wrong there.
Thank you. That
All
makes
right.
me feel better.
I got you. Anyways, whoa, okay, that's
Ooh.
tasted a little shot there from Bad Love. Although, okay, everybody's just
Spike down
splitting
A.
up a little bit too much here, but we'll see how this unravels as Scally and teammate are the ones to remain. Blackhawk, good little angle, but gets spotted as a slow push from RVK. Finally, silences him.
Alarm bot
No.
out.
RVK has some utilities here. They've broken through the wall.
Seconds left.
They still have some time, but they will plant that spike first. That dog, or excuse me, Prowler, actually caught unawares onto the side, but this flank from Bad Love could actually be dealing massive damage. Although, so much information garnered. Big flank coming in from Excali, but RVK is left on an island. He has to deal with this, but you know what? He can do it by himself. Finally, Excali comes in with the flank, and the risk pays off. Very expensive, but they still get the round in the end. And the 11-3, that's really still something Revenant would have to be afraid of.
My main concern here is obviously for Revenant right now, they have to get 8 rounds on the board. Quick maths. 8 rounds on the board to pull this back to even
That'll work.
Stevens and potentially put it to the win of their own or get it to, overtime. That's a very, very large mountain to have to climb up. At this point, do they just hold on as best as they can and then try and start focusing on the third map? It's a difficult one to call. Difficult one indeed. For now, it looks like their positioning is looking really, really nice, though. Again, expecting maybe a bit of mid-pressure. Paradox now calling that out to their teammates. Yep, there's loads of util coming, so Blackhawk's going to come and give a second duo here. Again, Revenant playing it very patiently. Enigma rather playing it very patiently as they have to once again
them.
change up where they're
Alarm bot
going.
down.
A little bit of pressure here towards Garden. So it looks like they are indeed going to go for an A execute. Loki though, ready and waiting. Just gets traded out by Excali though, and then another one by Whip, ready and waiting in the shower goes. A beautiful pick down to Rorkel as well.
standing.
Excali is waiting
Spike
to pick it up, and
down
it's
A.
already looking like the wind under their sails, but Revenant needed. Here we go. A 3 versus 1. Granted, that lockdown comes through.
Okay.
Not entirely sure. Again, it's interesting to see that giving you almost the timer, the breathing space there, go for that rotation. An interesting
30
one
seconds
indeed.
left.
Auf Wiedersehen.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe. Whoa!
Oh!
Okay.
No, there's no way.
I was just
No
gonna
way.
say that was bad, but never mind. He still has time though. 17 seconds on the clock here. He needs to step up. I would have loved that
Spike.
turret just being a
Placing swarm.
little
10
bit
seconds
farther
left.
off. But okay, this is good. Unless he jumps up maniacally, shouldn't be able to make it happen, but he does. Yeah, that turret was just a little bit too shallow. If he placed that right on top on Generator, that would have been so much better.
Can you imagine if that was clutched like that, though? Can you imagine? I honestly, it's one of those moments where I'm just like, yes, I need to go lie down now. I need to go lie down. That was, do you know what? That was very smart of RBK. I loved seeing that so much. It's just such a shame it didn't come through. Again, ultimately, the shots being landed and Revenant exploring themselves back up with one more round on the table. Can they get a 5th? Can they delay that match point for as long as possible? Looks like a little bit of a full steam ahead conga line right now through 5th. That spike gets rotated into mid as well. Again, they really want to maintain this pressure, maintain this control for as long as possible, potentially fading out a little bit of utility as well. Looks like the side of Revenant are going to stay around this B site for now, just really delaying and holding on to that site for as long as possible. RVK and making their way up mid as well. Look at how much control they have. They have the potential for a really comfortable setup right now, especially when we consider the util in pocket. But Blackhawk ready and waiting. I think he's fully prepared for this push from mid. And there we go. Expanding him, nothing on Paradox. The second one down to Bad Love as well. Can Blackhawk shut it down? This rotation needs to come through thick and fast from the Revenant. There we go. RBK definitely had their number there. Wimp does trade it back though, so that's a little bit of breathing space at least, but it's a 3 versus 2 post plant. This could get very scrappy very quickly. I think Wimp did notice Tesseract kind of lurking around there, so the lockdown's going to come out there, and here we go, the little alarm bot 2.
Last player
5 there,
standing.
there we go, lovely stuff. Tesseract falling. Sky does take down Logi. Can they get a third? Yes, they can. And that is their fourth for the round. And that indeed is match point.
Okay, even with that lockdown being placed, that would have done nothing for anybody who's on the site. Maybe because of the entry that it can give you for against the people on B main and here like logs, but that did nothing to really trample Rawfuel's position. So even if Excali did lose this, Rawfuel would not have been detained or anything else. But speaking of the man, Excali single-handedly gave them that round. And I was wondering, when is he going to pull the trigger on his null command, the ultimate? Nothing. He just peeked everything and got all the kills. Excali has just proven that he is the man for Enigma here. Ooh.
It's you know, it's getting so scrappy on both sides now, and it's promising to see from Revenant, to be honest, because they are really trying to pull this. It is match point. The pressure certainly is on. We know that diamonds can be formed under pressure. Will this be the case here? The duo play is about to happen. Fishbow, this could be phenomenal. Blackhawk sending out a lot of utility to hold back this approach. Scally willing to contest it for now, though. And it seems like a little bit of a ring around the rosy. Someone needs to get that opening engagement for this showdown under their belt. Paradox trying to get a little bit of information there. The intel dot goes out as well, so information on both sides. Who's going to react to it quick enough? They know that there's the trap player there in the corner. Paradox, can they get the pick? Yes, they can. There we go. Another one there. Sky taking out Blackboard.
30 seconds left.
They're able to shut him down fully. This collapse that needs to come through. A 3 versus 2. They can roughly assume and potentially safely assume where this push is going to come from, especially with that owl drone going out the pre-fire through one smoke as well. And a comfortable one, there we go. 3K on the board for Excali. Can they get a fourth? No, Logi is just too quick with it. They fall down. It goes down. It is a 1 versus 2 post plan. The Cosmic Divide is going to be massive here. Potentially giving so much breathing room, but no, there we go. Tesseract, ready and waiting. You fall into his arms. It's an unfortunate thing, and there we go. That is the second map on the board for Enigma Gaming, and it is now series point.
You know what was a bit of a punch in the face in that particular round was the KO blade hitting the Astra. So the star that was supposed to be placed for B main to have either been a gravity well or a smoke was canceled, which made the push from Enigma just that much smoother coming in to that B side. And Wimp thought that he could get a 1-up against Excali, but this man's flicks do not miss in this particular game, in this particular series. Everything, again, that he's done in those past 2 rounds have been an absolute thing of beauty. And it has really ruined, I think, Revenant's chances of bringing anything back in that second game. And again, a very, very similar scoreline that we're looking at right now. 13-4, 13-5. Is this going to be the same for game number 3? Are we going to be ending this this day earlier than what we were expecting?
It's unfortunate, but this is the issue. I said the first 2 maps will really dictate how this is going to go. And again, looking at everything on paper, I was like, Revenant really, really need to get map 1 and 2 under their belts. The fact that they haven't, this is going to be rough now. This is going to be a very, very rough indeed. And I'm slightly concerned for them. Again, yeah, rightly so. Map MVP is indeed going to be Excali, putting on a phenomenal performance there. That was, yeah, some absolutely incredible, some incredible runs towards the end, especially. But again, how impactful that utility was every single round as well. Absolutely on point shenanigans.
just nothing stopping this man again. There would have been, if we did live in a different universe and he didn't get that thrifty round, we could have been looking at maybe 2 to 3 more rounds here from Revenant, possibly even a bounce back. I know it's very far from what is being imagined, right, or what is being laid upon us right now, but Excali really single-handedly giving the keys to the city of Ascent for Enigma. And look at the stark contrast of just kills all together. Logi having 13 as that Astra, but Wimp 11, Excali 18, RVK 18, Rafael 18. You mentioned this a while ago, Grace, that there's just nothing that Enigma are doing separately that they don't do excellently. And we're kind of seeing, or we're not kind of, we are really seeing that right now here on Ascent as well.
I think this is the thing though for Revenant. Again, I absolutely adore this roster for Revenant. I think when they're playing well, it's just so good old school Valorant. Really good to see, but the creativity that they'll bring to the table as well is so phenomenal. It's just today I just feel like they are having a bit of a rough one. I think that perhaps they themselves are going to be disappointed in how they've performed on those first 2 maps, and I know for a fact that's going to be the case because that isn't what I expected at all, and it certainly probably isn't what they expected. There is different ways that they can be looking at this going forward. Again, they can either kind of get upset about it and be like, those first 2 maps are really stinky and we're really sad about it, or they can be like, this gives us, again, so much data to go off to further strengthen the way that we're approaching things. What did we do wrong here that we're never ever going to get wrong again? That's where you've got to be looking going forward. Again, though, Bind, it's their chance to pull it back. It's a scrappy one. I said to you earlier, I call it Hell in a Cell. It's small, but it's the opportunity for so much scrappiness. It's just, again, Enigma are on fire. They are so good when it comes to those gunfights and those trades that this could be uncomfortable for sure. But you'll have to wait at home because we are going to take a quick little break. So again, once again, fill up your water bottles and we'll see you very, very, very shortly.
All right, we were talking about weather differentials here, but it seems like there's also a big differential in this best of five. As there is a huge wave of just excellence, or just a huge wave of just performance better from Enigma compared to Revenant. But this is the time to turn the tide. Can Revenant bring it back in Bind, or will we see an early end to this grand finals? Revenant have worked so hard to have only come up until this point. Can they muddle through the storm, or will it be Enigma winning this one out?
I think this is it. I mean, look at the scores that we've had so far: a 13-5 on Icebox, a 13-4 in Ascent. It's been very dominant from Enigma from the beginning. They've really hit them hard. But again, I think the main issue here on the side of Revenant is just the way they've played for those trades, the angles that they've held. It's those little things that they seem to be having a rough time with today. And I'm not
Mm-hmm.
really sure why that is. But it's certainly something for them to start looking at going forward. Again, bind is when we really need to see them come through. They will be starting on the attack here, actually, the defense rather. So that might favor them a little bit better. They can set that pace, they can set the momentum, they can hold those crossfires. We think of the long angles that can be held here, and that's where things could certainly start to heat up very quickly. We've seen Revenant do some really nice kind of almost shutdowns of potential collapses, just using the utility they have in pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Again, potentially they may bring the Viper here just as a way to kind of cheese that idea of that map control going more in their favor. And
Mm-hmm.
again, not really being used for the retake or indeed a plant. It's going to be used more to cut off those rotations into sight, I think.
Well, Revenant still do use a more traditional approach to bind here, where they do have the double controllers, so it will give them a much needed bit of reprieve. If you've seen some any of the past matches that they had on bind, this does give them a bit more wiggle room to work on, and their initiator of choice, I think, is kind of different, but could work because it does pair well with the rays that they're also going to pick up. It's the sky.
Mm.
So it's kind of a mixed bag here where unless you absolutely know where to flash when there's like multiple controllers in one game, you're not really likely to blind anybody on the attack, or if ever. But I am curious how well they can really utilize all of these abilities together, because it does get very iffy. If I'm gonna be honest right now, this is where I would prefer the fade, or even the maybe even the breach at some point over the sky,
Yeah.
because I think it just works much better, especially when, again, there's so many smokes that can put that guiding light to null and void.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's going to be an interesting one, certainly, to see with the kind of sky fade. Again, the utility we could consider is kind of similar. You do have the kind of flash on sky, though, and I really do think fade's better for going with the aggressive, going for those aggressive takes. But sky, you can kind of be a little bit more patient with it, a little bit, not as much, but still a little bit. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so again, it really depends on what kind of play style they're willing to bring. I think Revenant have tried to mix it up a little bit today, but again, they do really fall into the reliance on that fade util, and it is something I've seen them do beautifully before. I just need to see that come through. I need to see those immediate picks come through from them
Mm-hmm.
from the get go, especially given that they can be the ones to kind of set the tone more starting on that defense. Enigma, however, they are just so on fire. It's going to be a difficult fight now. And I think we've got the additional pressure on Revenant where it's like, okay, this is potentially series point. We have to get this map under our table. We have to drag it out to Haven. We have to
Mm-hmm.
keep maintaining it. Because again, this is the thing too. If they bring it to Haven, that is Enigma starting on the defense on a very heavily attacker sided map. Okay, you've got three sites to push to on that defense, and you have three sites to cover as only five players. That is a
Mm-hmm.
lot harder. That is a lot rockier. So if yeah, again, if Revenant can push it through on this map, that gives them the biggest shot, in my opinion, of pushing it to that fifth and final map. We'll see how it goes, though. I'm feeling a little bit spooked for them, so to speak, at the moment. Again, given that I thought they'd do a lot better than they actually did on Ascent.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little bit rocky. Granted, it did come close at parts, and you did see these moments where it was like, oh my god, are they about to actually, secure this? and then it just didn't really come through. And it's just, yeah, very
Yeah.
upsetting stuff.
Well, I got some bad news for you. Looking at the past statistics for I know I don't want to be the bearer of bad news,
Let us
but
be optimistic, please.
but the stats from the previous matches
Yeah.
of both teams, where if you look at Enigma, they've had about a 60% win rate on Bind, while Revenant is actually on the other side of the coin, where they struggle with 40%, losing about, I think, the past 5 Bind matches they've ever played. So there's a really, really big question mark here as to how well the grasp of Revenant is come what may into Bind. So even though we are trying to be optimistic, maybe going into game number 4 and game number 5, there really is still that previous history that they are struggling in this particular stage.
Yeah, and again, I think, do you know what? Sometimes even pointing out things like that, I don't really see it as a negative thing, because I think the most important thing for teams is just the progress, is just for development. In my opinion, when you are a competitive player, yes, you want to win. That is like your life energy, and you get so emotional, and there's a lot of attachment there when you do have a few moments where you're being a bit squiffy and you're not winning the maps that you wish to, but it gives you so much data to go off, so much data, and it's that excitement of being like, actually, this is perfectly in my control. I have all this information. I can work out exactly what went wrong, and I can get better. I can get better from this, and then I'm gonna get better, and then I'm gonna smack everybody about next time I see them. Like, that's the way you've got to look at it. So again, it's kind of, yes, it's a moment of, Revenant, take my energy, but at the same time, going forward, Revenant have so much to go off from a lot of things they've done lately, and going forward, it's going to really strengthen them and solidify them as a roster. It's just, again, Enigma have just been something else. It's actually kind of terrifying. I think Enigma going forward, again, they have so much to go off themselves, so much data to work off, especially if they are the ones that are gonna be the main qualifier here. Because to get the players that ultimately win this, you go forward to represent the region. You will be the ones going forward, be the ones to be the first qualifier. I think the next qualifier is next week. We have qualifier 2 that's gonna have the finals next Sunday, and then it'll be the winner of the SEA closed qualifier as well. And then that they will join 5 invited teams at the LAN on the 18th to the 20th of November. So again, when we consider that we are gonna have a little bit of space between now and then, and all this data to work with, it's Christmas come early. My Christmas come early. It's your birthday. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to have under your pocket. We are going to go to a little bit of a short break though, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I don't know why your production sounds like that, but welcome back, guys. Because they were giving a countdown, he was kind of doing an impression. I'm not sure why. Okay. All right. Anyways, my name is Aster. With me now is Grace, and we're back for the continuation of this best of 5 series between Enigma and Revenant. We've talked about basically everything. We just had a bit of a hiccup with the continuation, as we are waiting for the agent selection to unravel. Because again, very curious to see what the hiccups here for Revenant are. Because the thing is, also, Grace, I think you mentioned a while ago that Revenant have a lot of these nodes that they can always fall back on. The thing is, the opponents also has nodes against them. So if they do the same thing now, there will be that understanding from Enigma of how to deal with this composition that Revenant are picking up right now. And it seems like I am correct that they will be going for that double controller with Wimp playing as that Sky Initiator.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, though, we always see a lot of the time when it comes to this map, we do see Paradox kind of fall onto that raise. A lot of the time, we've seen how impactful it can be. Again, I think it's nice and safe when it comes to this map, especially when it comes to those opening engagements. Especially trying to control areas like that initial push towards Hookah can get a little bit dicey. So again, having the kind of utility on either side can be quite massive. The fact that we're seeing Tesseract actually go onto the Fate of Excali on the raise as well is a little bit spicy, I will say. And again, we've seen, especially in this series, we've seen the duo plays and the pressure in those multiple duos coming through from the side of Enigma and how impactful that has been. The fact that we're now
Choose
having
your
the Fade and the
agent.
bouncing around each other is going to be massive going into this, 100%.
I am so excited to see how this, again, stark contrast of compositions are from double controller versus the double initiator. Which one is the best? One for defending, one for attacking, as obviously, as you can see right in front of us here. But again, how well does the controller actually work up until this point? I think one also particular agent that will have a lot of impact in this particular series or particular game would have to be the chamber players, because that's one that can really at least be somewhat not uberly affected by the smokes, maybe somewhat by the flash, because you can get popped by that if you try to play above the smokes with your rendezvous. But being able to create opportunities and then just blink away or TP away is going to be incredibly important, I think, to be a catch-off here, especially for Revenant. So we'll have to see how that unfolds. But moving away from the agents themselves, I think we just feel like they can't do too much mistakes here, especially with everybody just doing so well. Incredible aim, great refrag potential, always knowing when to set up the utility, where to push as the utility is coming in. This has been, I think, the bane of the existence for Revenant, because they're trying to match up that pace, but it seems like, or it really does look like Enigma have those aspects of their game pretty much locked and loaded.
100%. And I think the main danger, especially when it comes to this map, is yes, it's smaller, it's scrappy, and those gunfights are going to come in very, very quickly. But it's this idea of once you get a majority of that control set up
Mhm.
towards the site that you want to go for that final collapse on, you can actually further extend that control. On the A site, we've got like lamps. If you get lamps control, you can set up perfectly for that post plant. On the other side, if you're able to get that full control to the back and make your way into the tunnel and just kind of hold the lines of sight there, that can be really, really dangerous as well.
Mhm.
So granted, again, it's this idea of the rotations that then have to come through from the defense. The safer ones are actually to go for these longer ones, which then is costly when it comes to the timer as well. It can be very, very difficult. So the main kind of eyes on the prize moment right now for the defenders is how do we delay that initial push? That's why we're seeing things like the Viper come out. We've seen multiple times
Mm.
the way that Viper can be used to completely shut down areas of the map where those pushes can come from. And it really helps the team to maintain that map control, even gain that map control. Especially on the defensive side. I think the defensive side is mostly where it can be the most important. But again, you can go for the old bait and switch on a smaller map. Certainly, things like that work a lot easier because the rotate comes through a lot quicker. But that's what we're also going to be looking to. Is this idea of, okay, that instant map control. are people giving away freebies here in terms of that map control? And if they are, why? Because that shouldn't really be happening. So
Yeah.
that's the way to kind of look at it, I feel. And again, when the gunfights that we're potentially about to see around that hookah area, especially when we do have all of that Fade and Sky utility all across the board. And if the Raze utility too, again, it's just gonna be carnage. And I'm completely here for that. I love it. I love the fast and furious, chaotic gunfights and utility dubs that we're about to see, especially when it comes to this map. It's personally one of my favorite maps because of how scrappy it can be. I really think that the teams who can be more gifted in terms of how they're using their abilities and those gun mechanics, they really start to shine through a little bit better if they're not immediately shut down by utility from the defense. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Very, very agreeable on that one because there is going to be so much explosiveness here. And I like how you point
Yeah.
out the fact that you can't really lose that map control because it feels like one of the big key factors as well in Bind that you can't really play to counter your opponents as they're pushing in. I mean, you can, but after that, you can only really hope for the post plan compared to anything else where you could any other map that you can catch off your opponents, even when they're trying to set things up, right? But for Bind, because of how the lay of the map or the lay of the sites are structured, it does make it very difficult for you to deal with that, especially when you do have those controllers just blocking key points up against you. Now with Enigma starting on the offense, the idea here for Revenant is actually to go 4-stack on A. Now I'm not really sure about this, but I'm not sure if you've heard about this before, Grace, but the queens of Bind are actually Raze and Sky here. Sky being the queen of B long and Raze being the queen of Teleporter on mid. So this kind of setup is really banking on the fact that they can find their opponents straight up there. But already, as Bad Love has already found some contact here on B, they might need to start rotating in because there's just nobody here, or maybe use the TP to throw out a nade or something because now Bad Love is by himself. Nobody's right here, and the 4-push from Revenant outside of A main as well as Spawn is just going to be absolutely nothing. Maybe they can smoke the trap, but they're going to waste a lot of time going to that teleporter, and we'll see how much damage that Fade can come in as, yeah, there's Tesseract. He spits out one. There's going to be Raphael with another, and they at least put it back into the 2 versus 2 with both defenders coming in from both Hookah and B long, although RVK making sure that Spawn will be cleared. Huge nade to half, even just one tap HP of Antidote here, and Paradox, they both missed each other, but Wimp so good at just locking down the site, and that was so crucial here from Revenant.
100%.
Don't even start that.
That was a very
shit, mate.
smooth retake. Especially given like how fast and furious that collapse came through. And how much, again, that control was pretty much handed up over for free. It's really, that's quite the unfortunate one there. And the control just immediately handed over when it comes to this B site for that spike to go down. But the retake came through so comfortably. It was really good stuff there from the side of Revenant.
It's only going to be RVK now, an Antidote that will be picking up those sheriffs. You're absolutely right. Can't take that away from Revenant. They did such a great job at just overwhelming the flank that their opponent just did not know what to deal with. Loggy. Now there's the nade. Scally feeling brave enough. Now he's vulnerable from that. The snake bite, of course, is going to take more massive damage, but headshot regardless makes it a little bit expensive. Great flash overall to supplement on the A.
Here.
Split up. Although one was able to sneak by. Paradox sniffs it out. And now it's only down to RVK. Still has a positioning here. If he repeaks that, he's going to get swarmed by bullets. And he does the angle. One more chance. And Bad Love gives no quarter. And it's going to be 2 solid rounds for Revenant to get things started here on Bind.
100%. Already getting the wind under their sails, certainly a good thing. Again, it's just how much they're able to play that map control game here. We've seen some really nice extensions. The rotates come through as well. This is it again. It's completely a different vibe. It's the vibe that I expected from the get-go when it came to this series, but it's a shame we're only just seeing it now. But again, if they can secure the map out, if Enigma are able to retaliate, this could be huge.
Definitely is so important that they do get this antidote. That's a very big risk to try to push through this right now. No more utility whatsoever, but he is hearing a lot of players of Revenant here, so at least he can give that information audio cue wise. Rafuel has found another one. Wimp has dropped down Excali. The double push onto Showers. He's going to get caught out by
Last player standing.
Paradox. Looks like it was only good for one. And Bad Love wrapping all the way around our flankers here. I don't really like that trap from the chamber on Market because it doesn't spot the push through U or the push through V here. So, yeah. I mean, Bad Love could have gotten more damage there. Good thing Antidote was just like aware that that was a big possibility. In any case, come back up around on the buy here. Good damage altogether from Revenant. And now Revenant, anything flashy in terms of purchases? Not really. But they will have the rifles regardless.
They will indeed. Fire versus fire. Them setting themselves up nice and comfortably in hookah, ready to push probably with a bit of aggression of their own, just in terms of that utility game. Again, here we go. Actually getting quite stuck in there on the side of Enigma. They're willing to go and take these fights. But gets shot out nice and quickly, and that's all that's going to happen too. Logi as well, able to shoot up their util again. Coming off the lines of sight just to delay that collapse for as long as possible. But there we go. Logi taking out more for the Wimp Falls in retaliation. The trades coming through from Enigma. Very good stuff indeed.
Prepare
3
for
versus 4
hellfire.
now, and the plant is going down. Kind of uncontested now, but it was spray and pray coming through from Revenant to try and shut that down, but it's not going to materialize, at least not this round. And Paradox, again, they're very aware. Look at this duo play. They're letting them know where the player is. The first swing is going to come through by Bad Love. There we go. Gets that pick down to RVK. No immediate trade coming through from Enigma just yet. And the duo can push up together. There we go. Paradox getting one into Excali. They're going to hold for the diffuser. 2-5-1. And now it does. There we go. Antidote, but Bad Love gets that pick. That's what we like to see. Tesseract falls too. And again, kind of by the skin of their teeth there, but doing it all together. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. We saw that duo push come through so nicely from Bad Love and Paradox. And that's exactly the way that they need to be playing together. Okay, they are here. We need to swing this together, but nicely spaced out so we can have that trade-off. Really good stuff indeed.
And because of that, that's going to put, again, some strain here for Enigma. Rafuel still has some money to actually purchase a Hero Vandal alongside Antidote, but you're absolutely right. Bad Love and Paradox starting to heat things up. They're feeling a lot more, or they're looking a lot more crisp here compared to what we saw in the past 2 games. Antidote, though, hard on the swing, and he's still challenging. Okay, bit too overzealous there, and that's going to be his life. Paradox swinging Excali to go to the TP. No, it's not a short. It will be your domain. It's going to be that, but your life will be for forfeit. 3 versus 4. The rest of the attackers have now decided to go run up all the way onto B. But this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult because, again, that is going to be Logi that will play on the contact. Spots out one. The slow push not really helping them out. Tesseract goes in, though. Can't really push out. Well placed snake bite there. And it's only really down for RVK. Was RV able to retrieve any of the weapons from his teammates? Nope, just the Sheriff in hand. He does have a Spectre, but either the Sheriff that he just saves up more than anything else. Good damage to pinch him in. And because he does not have control of that spike, he'll have to try to retake it, or maybe at least bank on the fact that our Revenant here would play greedy and just try to chase him down.
Left.
But no, they doubled up. They're just holding angles. Perfectly done. One tap, not gonna work. RVK's dealing some damage here. It's not yet over. But again, the number's not in his favor, so I don't know what he can really do. So rather die just to reset the economy. Drops. There's 2 shots, not enough to even do any damage to Logi.
There we go. This is exactly the Revenant that we've wanted to see from the get-go. We see how these crossfires are being held so on point. Certainly, again, I think they've realized the mistakes they were making in the first two maps. Again, this idea of we need to be playing into these duos, we need to be getting these trades under our belt. If we do fall, someone needs to be collecting that kill behind us. It's really good stuff. It's really promising stuff. And again, look how many ults they have up. I mean, this could be very, very spicy indeed. Already we're hearing that Viper's Pit open up. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Utilizing that ult to really cut off that approach. Cutting off that line of sight. And they're trying to contest it, actually. Loki does fall, so there we go. They have fully contested to that A site, despite you losing casualties in the process. The raised ult comes through, and there we go.
Spike
Paradox
down
gets two
A.
for their pleasure before being taken out by Rawful. It's a little bit scrappy on both sides. A 3 versus 2. Spike in no man's land. Blackhawk firmly going to sit on
enemy
top of it
remaining.
now. And there we go. Beautiful drop down to Rawful. No one holding that flank. Poor Antidote at 1 versus 3. Doesn't have the spike. Have to try and find these players. But there we go. Revenant was able to clean it up. I mean, this is a completely different energy now.
Look at that. Raphael blinded by the fate. He only had a smidge of information that his opponent went around him, and he 180'd the showstopper, got another 180 to get a second kill, and basically dismantle whatever kind of offensive play Enigma were trying to do. They got the trade that they wanted to diminish that Viper's Pit, but the counteract from Paradox here, you're already seeing him come back online. What we saw from yesterday, he's finally bringing it now in this final game. I mean, the series point for Enigma. So him being online here is such a big thing for Revenant to be happy about. That being said, though, of course, anything can be turned up onto his head, but we do have at least some buffer rounds right now for Revenant to utilize, and boy, are they well utilizing it.
100%. A bit of a timeout, kind of, again, it's this idea of you really need to work out what's going wrong and how you can pull things back up. But that can work on both sides as well. I think this is the interesting thing about timeouts sometimes. It can work on both sides, but sometimes it can also kind of rattle your opponent a little bit too, because they're thinking, oh, what's actually going to happen here? What are they planning? How do we even try and work out what they're about to do here? I just think this is a completely different energy all of a sudden we're seeing from Revenant there. They've really got everything completely on point again. And it's like, that's amazing. That's great. But where was this on map 1 and 2? That's the uncomfortable and awkward thing about it. Again, if they're able to win out this map and pull it back, things could get. We'll see what happens. Again, Enigma will be starting on the defense on Haven, which will be the next map. So if they can clutch it here, maybe would be decent for them going into the 4th map as well. But as for the side of Enigma, again, it's completely different energy from them. They are just really silly mistakes. Grant, I understand you want to kind of shut down the Viper by pushing into that Viper's Pit, things like that. And you're pushing in as a duo, so someone's there at least for the trade-off. But it's such a heavy casualty just to make sure you are contesting and committing to one form of execution onto that site. Why not just go for a different approach? Granted, you've wasted a bit of time there, but at least you're not losing the players on the table. I think it's interesting to see the commitment to every collapse they want to go for, and how willing they are to kind of throw bodies at that as well.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, they were willing enough, but it seems like on the receiving end, Revenant were also very much prepared for it. Bad Love pushed up very far on B long here, and this is giving so much information for Revenant right now. Look at already the movements from them as they're anticipating the A aggression from Enigma here. Both chambers now equipped with the slap on that ultimate. Raphael fortunately loses the Blackhawk, who has been such the bane of despair for Enigma here. RVK repeats, not gonna work. Blackhawk pops the orbital strike. You know why? It's because his teammate, look at this, Bad Love, already looking at the flank. And since Rafiel was already knocked out, that trap will not be activated. And Enigma, if they can't push fast enough, there's already one looking to deal damage from the behind if they're not careful
Face
at
your
all.
fear!
Here comes Bad Love. And look at this. 3 shooting gallery. We only have one more, and that's Tesseract. But how long? Not long enough. And he'll be down 6-1. RNT Revenant swinging in full motion in this defending side.
Absolutely. They're really taking away now, aren't they? It's good to see. Strong setup coming through. I think starting on this defense certainly has given them the kind of flexibility that they want to work with. Again, Enigma just not winning out a lot of these gunfights at times, making a few mistakes here and there. The Revenant have been on completely top form here. They're really just willing to maintain this control for as long as possible. Enigma really need to start getting things under their belt. Now, though, a little bit of a quiet before the storm, just waiting to see where this approach comes from. And here we go. They know roughly where this is coming from now. They know there's a pressure being applied towards B. B's being set up nice and quick. Ult's coming out as well. Is that going to really do anything? It's shut down, though. There we go. A little bit of a trade-off. Wimp and Excali, 1-for-1. Before that flank goes down, and this could be Enigma's second attacking round on the board, depending on how this post flank goes. Again, Revenant really needs to make sure the whole team fires and swinging as he's doing. No, Enigma have to do it with the little bit waiting for the paradox. And Bad Love, they trade it back out. 1 versus 2. They got a 1 versus 2.
Last player standing.
Willing to try and get these players. Beautiful stuff there. Really clean attempt at a retake. Again, the duo work on both sides really starting to materialize now. We have a game on our hands.
That we do. Correct decision there from Enigma to get that elbow control just because nobody can at least pinch into the site. But where did Bad Love even get the opportunity to hit 2 shots to equalize things? And then Paradox just out of nowhere immediately satchels right in to get that refrag, not giving any breathing space for that 1 versus 1 for the Sky here on Enigma's end. 7-1, and nothing Enigma are doing are working. They're struggling here, and as you mentioned, Grace, we definitely do have a game in our hands. Bad Love playing so close in this. And again, I mentioned it's all about the chambers and how well they can play with that TP. All the cheeky positions that you can place yourself on, and then just get out of jail card. Paradox spots out the barrel. A little bit too early with that spray down, but he forces the respect of his opponent. Antidote, excuse me. It's slapped away by Black Hawk. And this isn't really looking as clever as Enigma was kind of hoping for. Pop shots from Bad Love, not able to take down Excali. There's so many opponents to try to deal with here. Excali will have to play this slowly. Thankfully enough, as the dust settles, he does have a minute on the clock to play around with, but he doesn't know. He's so pressured and honestly just jittery as he tries to clear out many of the sites on A, but now he's not just about the timing. They double up, and unfortunately he was dropping down on the boost spot, and his aim wasn't really going to be as accurate as he wanted it to be.
It's really I don't know if it's impressive or just surprising, to be honest, that Enigma are kind of not showing up in the way that we would have expected them to. Again, it's like, I think their win rate for this map is like 61% or something, and it's pretty evenly split between that attack and that defense. So it's like, this is a decent map for them, and they certainly in that regard, you know, looking at statistics at least, they know how to play it. It's that there's just some really peculiar mistakes happening right now that I'm just not quite wrapping my head around on their side. And again, a little bit of a quiet before the storm moment. Bad Love holding this very, very, very overextended angle. Just on the off chance that a pick comes through, but once again, that Viper's Pit, we've seen how impactful it can be just to really cut off those areas, cut off those approaches. And yet again, Enigma are willing to try and commit to it still, dilly-dallying around that B site. No immediate decision to change up their style of execution, so At some point, I assume again, they're just going to try and tank it, aren't they? Very good. Poison goes through to try and delay that a little bit. The ult comes through too to try and clear out that Viper from that position. But Loki is holding on for dear life, willing to hold on to this side. There we go. Rawful actually shutting it down.
Spike planted.
So much control being gained in such little
standing.
time on the side of Enigma. And there we go. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Again, I think that that Viper's Pit was so important. It's the fact that they finally then decided, okay, no, we do actually have to go for this rotation. We do have to, try and throw as much utility into that pit as possible. But if it's not working, like, just go for the second approach.
I think the play there was they're okay fighting with the Viper Spit because you saw the orbital strike come out from RVK, and that was used rather than to blindly try to just take Logi, was to cut off Logi being a source of defense on the B side. Where does Bad Love get the audacity to hit shots like that? You were already feeling it, and that flick was just absolutely tremendous. Excali though, he has to hit that, or else. Now he did. It's going to be Logi, spotted out by the dog. Prowler again, getting pushed back up. They might need to call back reinforcements as the rest of our attackers here are looking hard on B. Nades being thrown. RBK's already all the way back. He does get spotted by Bad Love, who is hitting every single shot, and Bad Love!
Oh, thank you.
I mean, they get slowed by the ultimate, but more than that, his aim is just absolutely monstrous. Look at this. So quick, so fast, so good. They used every single smoke that they had to slow down just so that Bad Love can get into the point. And where did he get the chance to hit all of these shots? Third, fourth, out in the open, the fifth. Oh my goodness. Bad Love is locked in.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Locked in indeed again. 9-2, 7
You want
rounds
to
ahead
play?
from
Let's
Enigma.
play.
This is a completely
Blinded.
different energy from these last two maps that we've had from Enigma and Revenant, to be honest. Again, they've completely both set up the momentum here and completely gone for this shift. Still a bit of a ring around the rosy around this corner. Beautiful pre-fire coming through from Tesseract just to take down Bad Love. So again, no more ruckus from that player. No more potential of an ace as well. Enigma in a slightly better position, but Logi ready and waiting to give back up to their teammate. Again, just very aware of this fact that this collapse is coming through. But we're seeing that rotation at the back as well. Shield's coming through as well from the raid, but look how quickly it's cut down. One Vincent, Loki falling down. Paradox does manage to find one onto Excali, but again, no immediate trade from either side. A 4 versus 2. Looks like the attack tails by A Sniper. Black Hawk is
Spike
ready
down
and
A.
waiting for you.
Face
And you
your
don't
fear.
know the full down
Last
there. It's
player
a little
standing.
bit unfortunate. Tesseract taking out Paradox as well. So we're left down to Blackhawk now in a 1 versus 3. There we go. Rawful. Beautiful shot there. It's another round on the table for
side.
Enigma. Putting this up a little bit. I mean, again, a 9-3 split. It's not the nicest way to start, is it? But they are switching sides now. Do you think that Enigma stand a chance here?
A gift.
There's always a chance to reset things. So I'm not sure if that is going to be enough, but we do have that saying here in Valorant where we do have that 9-3 curse. It just means that, again, because Valorant is so momentum based and the rounds can quickly shift in your favor, one pistol can definitely bring that 9-3, 9-4, 9-5, and you're already seeing that there's a quick catch off here for Enigma. So if Revenant can get this pistol round, it's going to be such a huge thing. But now here comes the question as well. How does this double controller translate for the offense? I think double initiator does well on both offense and defense, but double controller on bind really does require you to secure sites with very little wiggle room to work with unless you're pushing super aggressive through those smokes. So for example, you try to wall for A and you put the Brim smokes to flush down APC, Heaven, as well as Baths. You're still pushing yourself only on that site where, again, maybe nades will be what kind of hinders you from planting that. Anyways, that's just me kind of speculating things, but I am very curious how effective this double controller is on that offense.
Especially when we know that map control very much is the name of the game, especially from the get-go when it comes to the opening of these rounds. You know, you immediately need to get that into your pocket. And because again, once it gets to that site collapse, very easily the defense can accidentally give away a lot of this room as well. Again, we consider, you know, positions like getting into lamps. If you get deep into lamps, you're able to potentially get a pick in there as well. And that creates such a cutoff point that the defense, even if they are going for a retake, it makes it so much harder for them at that point. And again, the util that you have in pocket to even get that map control at the start of the round, how will that work out when it's mostly, you know, things like smokes that can actually hinder you almost? Like, yeah, you may be cutting off those lines of sight for the defenders to try and go for those opening picks, but you're also cutting off your own line of sight. And it's more important for you to get that opening engagement under your belt than it is for the defense, because again, time is the sixth defender. You are constantly working against the clock. You need to get all of that control as quick as possible. So I'm very curious too. I'm very curious.
Yeah. So unless they can get value at the start with some picks, right, so make things a bit more secure as they're pushing in, there really is some difficulties with those smokes. Plus, one of these controllers has to permanently expend smokes per round, which is the Brim. I mean, you can put util up and down as the Viper, but once you lose that Brim util, there is that much difficulty of how to follow up on things. Anyways, just being thrown out. Challenge through. Revenant very much prepared for it. Tesseract, though, the nade, but it doesn't matter. They still make it into the 2-for-2 for trades. But look at this. They haven't really cleared out RBK as he pushes right through. But there is a bit of a gap in that smoke. Out in the open, popping shots. RBK backing into the corner. It's alone by himself. And Logi finds it. Great trades overall from RNC, and now they've answered the question. Yes, we have a good pistol round on our second half as well.
Yeah, and they certainly have the chance now to get a little bit more firepower behind them compared to their opposition. Again, a little bit squiffy from Enigma there, wondering if the pressure is starting to get to them. This is really, I don't know, it's exciting actually, because again, Revenant were having a rough time. Like, let's not beat around the bush here. It was a rough time. And the fact that they're currently 10-3 up is absolutely incredible for them. Ooh, beautiful shot there. RBK falling down nice and early. All of his showers control being given up. Looks like Scally's going to try and be ready and waiting with this shorty. Boombot going out, trying to find a little bit of a ruckus. That might put Paradox into a false sense of security, though. Someone does decide to go for an aggressive swing out here. Paint Shell's going out. Didn't quite do anything just yet. Beautiful shot there, but immediately traded back out by Tesseract. So, again, the pressure as that collapse comes in thick and fast onto B. Because all of that site has pretty much been given away for free. Enigma reading into the idea that potentially Revenant were going to hyper-focus onto that site. And there we go. It is now a retake. That's going to bring them closer and closer to match. If Enigma rather can't clutch this out now. No position to be in a 2 versus 1 as well.
Remaining.
There we go. There's one for Battle Lab. Ruffle falling down. Can they find the final player? So they're not really going to contest it. This is safe. This is good from Revenant. They're just being a bit safer here. But Tesseract, they're just waiting until no one comes to damage their eco any more than they have to.
Teleport's ready.
TP. Yep, there it is. Plenty of time to go for the teleporter as well here to escape that scenario. Look at that. Revenant is just so locked in here on this one. That was a trade on Paradox, but I mean, they had to expend 2 people there, so that would mean that the B site is going to be open for Revenant to take in, and take in they did do. And this means that Enigma are now in a very risky position. Not really much room for error. Paradox. He's placing something. He's trying something out here. The double satchel as he just dashes right in onto U-Haul. Scally, though, he keeps away his position. He has to back away here. Big nade overall. Scally, I wonder why he actually placed himself right in front when he still knows that they have so much utility to keep throwing in, and this is what we're talking about. As long as they can get the picks, bully at the start. These smokes getting value. This is what RNT wants. This is what they need, and they're not stopping at all. We could be already looking at the game number 4 here. Bad Love picking up a bit of extra space, extra bit of goodies, as these 3 players of Enigma, even though they're on the site, it's going to be very difficult for them to make anything happen. And again, because they didn't clear out U-Haul, Paradox just swings out, hits him with the shotgun, and that is his best shot, and he has given it to them.
100%. They're still committing to this collapse. The plant is probably going to go down
Spike
relatively
planted.
uncontested unless a pre-fire comes through, but
Last
Rawful
player
having to get
standing.
stuck in a little bit there. There we go, Bad Love. First pick for them for this round. Remember, starting this round, they're actually on a 1.5 KPR, so they are doing phenomenal work for their team, and rightly so. The 1 versus 4 isn't going to be contested at all. Antidote is going to hightail it out of there and not really wanting to lose any more. I mean, it's an interesting one, I will say. Suddenly, Enigma have decided to
Harden up, girly.
completely turn the way that they approach things upside down. Again, there's been, I don't know if it is the pressure, but the way that they've been approaching this is very uncontrolled compared to what we normally see from them. We're seeing a lot of sloppy mistakes coming through. I'm not sure if it's the pressure of being on series point and them
Match
wanting
point.
to really contest it, but as you just heard, we are now currently on match point, and this could be Revenant's first map on the table. We've spoken about Revenant's stamina before, and certainly this is really showing it. The fact that you can get not smacked about a little bit, but again, it was a severe round differential in those first 2 maps for them that they lost. And the way that they've shown up on this map, it's like it never even happened. Completely unbothered.
Completely unbothered, and maybe second wind for Revenant here. If that's the case, we could be looking at a better map number 4 moving forward onto that one, which is going to be Haven, and we're very excited to see what the possibilities are for Revenant up until that point. Enigma, though, you can see a bit of frustration, maybe even exhaustion at their point. They've been really put to the brink here against Revenant, and I don't know what they can do typically on this in this round. Now they still do have some money, but it's definitely going to be a broken buy coming into this one. Yeah, look at that, half shields all together. Raw Fuel even not having enough money to actually go for the full commit. And while his other teammates, again, will just have to work with this one. They have to also have it because they need those utilities. And this is where Revenant can really go in and go for the kill and push us into game number 4.
That works.
100%. Bad Love having a little bit of field day on this map, looking to get some of these opening engagements under their belt, but being a little bit sneaky with it. Pressure being applied in showers as well. Look at this. Antidote
Them out.
trying to contest it a little bit, sends out a little bit of utility to help them deal with this, but again, just really not willing to take that gunfight, letting him come to them. There we go, there's one, but the trade comes back immediately. Tesseract as well with a pick onto Loki. So a 4 versus 3. This is looking a lot better for Enigma. Can they hold on to that player count, though? That is the question. We've seen Revenant really show up this map, able to get those trades under their belts, but for now, it looks like they've been a little bit stooped for now. Rotation coming through to help apply more pressure to this A site. So we're going to commit to the A collapse. So with that utility coming away to block off lines of sight, the Molly does indeed go out, though, to hold back that pressure from showers even more. All the util on
One
either side
enemy
to
remaining.
really start to apply
Strike
this
down
pressure. They know
A.
exactly where Wimp
30
is. Well, they
seconds
certainly
left.
do now. Tesseract's head taken clean off. The pick fell onto RVK, and goodness me, Wimp on a little bit of a tear here. Trying to desperately find the remaining players, open themselves up to breathing space. There's 20 seconds on the clock. They don't have the spike. They either need to grab it and
Teleport's ready.
hightail it to get that
I
secured.
apologize to them, but
And there we go.
I'll
Rawful
bring-
ready
I'll
and
bring-
waiting around the corner. Enigma holding on by the skin of their teeth here.
Wimp there looking to hit a tangent as he was taking down names left and right too, to be exact. Very expensive for Enigma here.
A gift.
They'll be able to,
All set up.
again, just fund barely what they want to do. And Raw Fuel, he doesn't even have any
Teleport
form of
ready.
shielding here, Grace. So he's really playing this quite riskily because I've never really seen anybody play without having at least a shield. Rafiel does it, but it's such a big thing because 50 HP is a huge difference margin here. Oh, that Boombot betrayed the trust of Bad Love. That was so unfortunate. Excali prepping the TP with his Roomba. Logi also doing at least a little bit of reconnaissance here on short, see what the forces are. Now that they hear that the Seekers are coming in all the way through B, there's some shenanigans that could be happening here against Enigma. Enigma delaying as much as they can. I believe Rafiel's TP should be up once again. Never mind, not. It's still going to be enough that he does take down Wimp. Blackhawk envelops Antidote. Where did that come from? That one was the one that was kind of interesting to have happened. Logi getting chance to get that plant in, but the 2 peaks from spawn. The Viper Spit denied. And Blackhawk and teammate will have to wrap all the way around. Now they know there's one coming in all the way through spawn. That spike is planted way out into the open, and RBK, does he have the proper defense from his teammate? Looks like it somewhat is. And now it's a 1 versus 1. The nade to come through. Blackhawk has to back away. Spike will get tagged. And now Blackhawk has to peek this. Scally is making so much noise. He has to have that spike right now. Actually, it's already half, so he can just go for the challenge.
Attackers win.
Didn't work. Ooh, we go to game 4.
We do, but again, that's exactly what Revenant needed. They needed to hold on, and I think that really makes you want to take your hat off to them because, again, the stamina to really have a rough time in those first 2 maps and then turn around and bring the thunder like that. That is exactly the Revenant that we needed to see from map 1. The duo plays that we saw as well. That's the important thing there because that came through so well on that map. They completely understood the assignment there. They were like, yeah, our duos have been a bit stinky today. Let's lock that down. Let's make sure we're getting those dubs. And that's exactly what happened. Those trades coming through constantly for them. The breathing room that created for them. The util use being completely on point, pushing and pushing and pushing. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. And we are indeed going to go to Haven. And that's where things could get pretty interesting. Again, Enigma will be starting on the defense there. So it's going to be a rough one for them again, in theory.
In theory, it could be this, again, second win for Revenant is a definite must-have for them. Anyways, we do have our map MVP, and honestly, now I'm also reinvigorated. And Bad Love, 23 kills. He got one of the most fantastic aces that I think we've ever seen in this particular tournament. And it was just him in itself that did that crazy performance output here in Bind. And he was one of the key factors that really led this team to victory. Super important. And him and actually alongside Paradox as well, there's something that clicked different between the two of them compared to the first 2 games. And that is what really elevated, I think, Revenant to get this W in map 3.
100%. Again, when you're going through that first half of the map on, again, a 1.5 KPR, which is significant. Again, when you're on a 1.5, it's like, you expect yourself to be on a 1 if you're one of those main fraggers for a team. 1.3 is like you're doing a really good job. 1.5 is when it starts to get like, okay, you are showing up. You are having a field day right now. And granted, having Royal on the other side, I guess, Chamber was the name of the game for this map, but mostly it was just down to those duo plays. We saw it so well. Again, the importance of how people are maintaining the pressure because of how many twists and turns there are around the site as well. We saw that come through really well by both teams, and that's exactly the way it needed to be. And I'm really happy to see that did go in the favor of Revenant and that they are bringing that standard and quality back because that's exactly what we want. And again, if this goes the full way to 5 maps, I wouldn't be surprised here now because in theory, again, on paper, Haven should be very much going towards Revenant, given that they are starting on that attack. I don't want to see them bottle it here. I want to see that 5th map. I want to see Fracture. I want to see the chaos of Fracture, how intense, how scrappy that can be. But again, Enigma, I think that was a very different energy from them. And I think that that's going to really make them sit down and say to themselves, okay, no, that was not our best. We need to work out how we can make that better before we go into this fourth map, because we could have just won there and we just let it slip away from us.
And now we're going to go on a quick break here, guys. When we come back, game number 4 continues in the Best of 5 series here in our Valorant Invitational India. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, from being a Russian producer to a Italian one, maybe he saw. Yeah, he saw the new Mario movie. Our producer is speaking in our ears, and he's doing all of these impressions. I'm sorry you guys couldn't hear it. Anyways, my name is Asaray. With me now is Grace. Welcome back, guys. And we're just coming off of that break after a glorious, glorious game number 3 from Revenant. From zero to hero, definitely a different performance from what we saw from them, especially with Bad Luck and Paradox really going to that next level just so that they can show to us that Enigma is that they are here to prove themselves and prove themselves that they are on the same level as Enigma. And again, we're gonna go to game number 4 in Haven, and it's looking really good for Revenant and Revenant fans altogether.
100%. Again, that really put the wind under their sails. It was such a good performance. Again, they went really back to just having the fundamentals completely on lockdown again. That's exactly what we want to see. This next map, it is going to be Haven. And again, it's going to be Enigma starting on that defense. You've got 5 players split across 3 sites. So, of course, it's going to be a lot more difficult to defend. The rotations need to come in through very, very, very quickly. For the attack, that gives you a little bit of breathing room if you do want to go for a direct collapse and a direct kind of jugular grasping approach to how you want to collapse and execute onto those sites. But again, Revenant's a very patient team. Will they be patient enough here where it's giving Enigma the breathing room where those rotates can come through? Or will Revenant be like, no, it's Haven. We need to hit them hard and we need to hit them hard and fast and get that control under our belts, go for that collapse, get that plant down, and then secure ourselves up for the post plant. So yeah, as you can see here, the round differential, I mean, it's been pretty nasty on both sides.
It really has been. It feels like we've been just breezing through these fast 3 games here, as you did mention, 13-5, 4, and another 4. There is just so much breeze by both of these teams. Now, will Revenant really be able to bounce back into this as they're going to be starting on that at attacking side? Because I really like how you mentioned this one, where on Haven, it's really one of those maps, if not the map in Valorant, that emphasizes set play on attacking side. And for example, you're having difficulties, trying to read your opponent and trying to get that map control to be successful in pushing sides. You don't really have to think about that too hard on Haven, as long as you do have that set play. Get yourself double initiators, get yourself arrays, start satcheling in onto the site, and you're most likely going to be able to secure it and force the post plan more times than not. So that's definitely something that Revenant can use in part of their arsenal that is going to be so crucial in keeping their dream alive. Because even though they did have that fantastic performance in Bind, we still are at series point for Enigma here. So any crucial mistakes can really lead up to disastrous results, and that's not what we want to happen here for Revenant.
100%, 100%. And again, I like the fact almost as well that we're having the last 2 maps be these very attacker-sided maps, with Enigma starting on the defense on both of them. If you're Enigma right now, you're like, let's hope that this next map goes our way, or this could be very rocky indeed. Enigma fans praying that Revenant don't read into how this map should be played and giving themselves a little bit of a safer bet when it comes to all scrappy defensive side. Again, there's a lot of things that you can always assume are going to happen when it comes to this map, especially when it comes to like A-Long as an example from the get-go. People are going to get bolshy and a bit cheeky with it on A-Long. People do go for those overextensions. And you've got to be mindful of that and really make sure that you're checking your corners. So again, the duos need to be absolutely to make sure that you're not only swinging together, but potentially holding separate angles as you go for that swing as well. It needs to be completely secured and locked down. Very, very solid and concrete approaches need to happen. I think the agent selection is going to be the interesting one here. Again, I'm expecting more Fade to come through. I think, Fade is really starting to just be one of those agents that we're just going to see more and more of. But again, it's this idea of, will we see Fade paired with, still paired with something like a KO as an example, and how well we see those kind of working together and how that will actually, translate across to winning the round on both sides. Again, if starting on the defense is going to be rough, so you need to be mindful of, okay, maybe because we have to go into the first 12 rounds at a slight disadvantage here, our agent selection needs to reflect that a little bit more. We maybe need something that can allow us to have a little bit more information, or at least allow us to travel a lot quicker to go for these
Mhm.
quick rotations and things like that. So, or even just have things for locking it down. Again, we often see Killjoy kind of be brought to the table when it comes to this map for that very reason. You could just immediately shut off a site if the control starts to slip away from you.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think the agent selection is where I really want to see things, because I think that's going to potentially dictate how this might go down. Again, it depends, because we saw such a momentum shift on both sides in that last map that maybe we'll see a similar thing happen again, where one of them just decides to completely just not play into the style that we expected them to play into, and because of that it just gets very dicey for them.
Yeah, I will give you, or rather, I think this particular Haven map, Haven, right? Especially in the Indian region, I think unless a team deviates from the norm, we wouldn't really see anything different. I think we're looking at the mirror match here because come defense, come offense or attacking side, usually it's almost always the same thing where you do have yeah, the breach, the fade, basically what we're seeing right now from Revenant here. But Enigma, are they actually going to deviate? Are they going to go for the double
Mm.
duelist with Excali going to be on this Reyna when Raphael has already locked in the Jet? So I was about to say we could be looking at the mirror match, but already I'm taken off of my seat and just slapped in the face because Enigma are thinking about something much different from what I was already expecting to come out from them.
That's concerning. Again, they're starting on that defense, so the control is the most important thing here, and they're willing to take the Jet and the Reyna when they have got the fade there as a kind of obviously I know the role isn't duelist, but it's this idea of it can be played in a similar fashion if you wish to choose it. It's very flexible like that. That indicates to me this very aggressive approach that you have to take, a more of a reliance on winning out those gunfights than anything, and taking the fight to them from the get-go. But on the defense, that's where it gets a bit rocky. Granted, maybe
Choose
the
your
attackers wouldn't
agent.
expect it, but this kind of feels like the overextension's going to come through from the get-go. And if it doesn't, that's a
Mm.
bit like, well, there we go. We were baited hard by Excali.
I mean, it's still very plausible to go for that Reyna, but the thing is with this one, ooh, okay, a bit of a shift up here. Okay, again, I think the breach is an incredible staple on Haven because of just how much control the fault line does give. And man, I already am looking at the chat, maybe calling me out on looking at that mirror match. But there's something different I think Enigma are looking at right now here, and maybe that is Raphael that can provide a lot more carry potential with the Jet over the Raze, because Raze does tend to fall off as the round continues because of course you have to use your abilities, and compared to the Jet, he doesn't have as many movement options after, or doesn't have any movement options after that that satchel. So whatever Raphael wants to do could be much better placed with this Jet. Now I think to answer that from the side here of Revenant, they also have actually opted to go for that chamber, which is I think a really good idea because again, you have those long corridors. Once you're on that chamber, if you have a sniper or that tour de force, it's a really strong ability that can get you out, that can get you those frags and then get you out of sticky situations when you do have that rendezvous, because there's no KO, there's no real big opponent that can really match up against the chamber unless maybe the breach can fault line him, but even then he can always just sidestep, get back into position, start shooting, and that's going to be something that I think Bad Love is hoping to go for, and because of his performance from Bind has been that spectacular, putting him on the chamber here I think was the right idea for Revenant.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they really are showing up when it comes to that agent as well. And I think that when we consider the long lines of sight, A long is an example, or even the approach to C. If you've got someone that can kind of hold back a little bit, they're not immediately taking that fight, but they can take those long range fights. That certainly is a good bit of kit in your inventory to have. And again, it's all important to get those opening engagements under your belt as fast as possible. And if you kind of looking on past data of your opposition, if you know they might come at you with a bit of a, a sweaty duelist comp or something, and they have this approach where they're going to get stuck in, they're going to push towards you, to be able to contest that without actually fully meeting them head on, that's going to certainly benefit you as well. Again, it's a way that Revenant play very, very well. It's very passive but safe but patient at the same time, and I think often that's kind of what we saw in that last map. It was the patience they were willing to have, and often when we see them in like a comp match, and they play into this patience, and they're just completely chill to just be like, yeah, you can bring this to us and we'll just clean it up after. And that's what Revenant do really, really well. We've seen it in multiple post plants, again, not just quite yet. That last map was really down to the gunfights, but it's this idea that those gunfights can be won. And again, it's because of the patient play. They're not going for any silly sausage over peaking or anything like that. They are just waiting for you to fall into their line of sight. So again, granted that we're going to see that kind of push from the jet and things like that initially, and the movement around that, we are expecting an aggressive push from Enigma, and it's how Revenant are going to contest that themselves. So exciting stuff on the cards for sure.
Now we begin our ascent into Haven. We'll see how the adjustment for Enigma turns up now, because this is a composition that honestly I wasn't really expecting. Again, just slight bit of shift ups, but it's very important to, I think, mention as well that this is pretty much catered for a defensive lineup start. And it makes a lot of sense because of that. Again, being on the defending side, you have the Astra for the walls, the double star already, the suck so that you can't really push in. So much pressure already put onto RVK here. The flashes to come in as well. Great dash. Has his teammate to help out. Takes a bit of space for raw fuel here. Great flash from the breach. And now Enigma have pushed back the opposition here as Revenant, 2 to remain. Wimp, the HP, but he's going to have to at least find some quarter here as he tries to push forward. Gets spotted out, has to back away first. And as you can see, Raw Fuel is waiting up until they get in default more than anything else. Top shots from Wimp. Nobody's really challenging from them. And Enigma, very different from the Bind one, where they're so willing to go for fights. Now they're waiting as much as they can. There's the peek out. Forces a TP. But if they try to go elsewhere, you do see that there is that fade already waiting for them. So they really want to attack this one. Enigma's does have the fault line. They have to be very prepared for this peek out. There it is.
One enemy remaining.
Anybody gonna challenge? There's one. Raw Fuel. Not yet challenging next one, but he does. Picks up the 3K. And Enigma plays the pistol perfectly.
100%. Again, from the get-go, just not being as bolshy as they perhaps could have been, but this idea that they kind of read well that Revenant were gonna maybe not hit them as hard as they could have. Again, I think that's just how your opposition generally tends to play. I guess that's what I'd like to see from Revenant, them then just going a little bit more for the jugular. And again, I think when it comes to this map as well, I think as time goes on, you can go for the old bait and switch so many times. I want to see that come through from Revenant as well, to be honest. We'll see what happens though. In the meantime, the full steam ahead collapse onto that B site. Antidote holding on to this a little tight angle along with Excali as well, so that's an immediate shutdown of this approach. Wimp just waiting with the spike in that tight little angle. Antidote ready to take this garage position, but do they know that Bad Love is around the corner, probably holding the tiniest pixel peak of your entire existence. So that could get nasty very, very quickly. Well, there we go. Antidote actually is able to win that gunfight out. So pressure starts to be applied through A long and A short as well. Maybe a bait onto that A site to force that rotation away, and that's going to give all the breathing room for Wimp.
Down mid.
Oh no! Actually, Wimp is going to be shut down. That spike is now in no man's land. And look at the cleanup now happening. Goodness gracious me. Tesseract and Excali just fully letting them fall into their arms. Can we talk about how massive that pick onto Wimp was? Because that was basically the entire plan. It was, we're going to collapse onto A, that rotation's going to come through, and you can just saunter into sight and get that spike down. It was...
Teleport's ready.
That's a bit clustered. That's a bit of a kerfuffle, really.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was just Wimp was immediately spotted out and taken out. And at that point, it's like, okay, there's 3 of us on A. The spike's in B. What are we going to do?
Yeah. Usually that gamble works when you have something to threaten your team with, right? Wherein you have better weapons, you have better map control or stronger map control because of those weapons. But because they were on that save round, you saw that Enigma weren't really flinching as Revenant was putting so much emphasis in how many players they were showing up on A. And Whip, I guess, what also was the issue there was he showed himself way too quickly. A couple of abilities being used to clear out the corners here. Rafuel was able to go around, gives away his position, actually tags a couple, softens up the horde here outside of A main. But Revenant will not be swayed that quickly. Antidote, though, this is a huge flank coming in from him. But because there's that trap all the way on short, he can't push any farther. If he did push back onto B, he would spot where the chamber is. But both of the Sentinels just looking to deal with the flank for flank. Although, 30 seconds on the clock. There is time to go
30
around,
seconds
but
left.
it seems like Revenant have decided to actually go for this site. Any more utilities will be perfect here.
down.
Bad love, though. Oh, that's not good. Antidote's going to have to back away first, but they're dwindling down the numbers. Great flashes altogether from Wimp. Huge stuff. Godspot plant. Anybody to delay? There is!
Spike down
RVK gets
A.
away! Oh, this is absolutely
enemy
huge, and
remaining.
RVK wins the fight. Can actually go here. He has still plenty of bullets. Time? I think he might have enough. Oh, just barely misses. 3.3
Oh no!
seconds. Oh. Ouch.
Oh, that's. I'm shaking my head. That is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Literally the skin of their teeth. Oh, you gotta feel, and then just losing that weaponry at the end there.
That'll win.
Poor Logi.
I just gotta wonder who heard who first, because Antidote was, again, just waiting to try to go for that big flank as we saw, right? So does that mean that he heard the chamber? Raw fuel. Ouch. Blackhawk's reaction time is just so quick. There's just nothing that this man will do or can't do when he puts his aim to it. My goodness. Good utility usage still from Excalion teammate, able to at least thin down the herd. Blackhawk, now they can't really face him head on because he does have that operator, has to respect that the sniper is very much lethal when given into these players' hands. If Tesseract peeks this, he's really baiting himself for a bit of a fight. And almost was he actually decapitated there.
Almost, but not quite yet. Look at all those util coming out. There we go. One for Tesseract onto Loki. Fade versus Fade. Accurate Scally on the second onto Battle up there. Blackfork and Whip falling
much
down
for
too.
their elite
And
agent.
Tesseract, a beautiful 3K for that round. Just really holding on to that site for dear life until the rest of their team came to join them. And that was really good stuff. Very impressive. Again, the fact that you're able to tank that much util from the attack as well in one go, but again, that really indicates that Revenant, when they're sending this util in, they're not able to react quick enough around it. They don't have that pressure or control to react quick enough around it, and that's where they need to start changing things up
Teleport's
just a
ready.
little bit.
We'll see how the adjustment, showcases itself as Raw Fuel. Yeah, no, he's not gonna peek that anymore. He's learned his lesson. It's too risky. This one on short, a little bit more manageable, as long as that thing doesn't spot him, and will only know the one on the right. He's tucked himself on the left. Raw Fuel, cheeky little bugger, and he's gonna be able to get one in. Perfectly executed. Still wanting to again get himself another pick here onto short. Knows that there's something is up. While his teammate will be handling a long for now. There is the Nightfall available here, Grace, for Revenant. And they're actually showing themselves way far off, but no big rotations. Rocket has actually gone on Heaven, which I actually love.
Face your fear!
TP away. There's the ultimate. Does he get hit by that? Yes, he does, but he's still holding on. Shot not connecting, and the debuff from that ult will be his demise. Although, are going to be trapped inside the site. They will have an ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, to work with. but it's not good when you have multiple opponents to deal with left and right, although Paradox was able to traverse away from that Nightfall. I think he just got hurt by Tesseract, and now Tesseract can win this fight. Paradox, he was just a little bit too greedy with that push. Great shot from Logi, but he's reloading. Logi tapped already. Winning the fight here. An antidote, a little bit too eager. Logi clutching with 2.
Huge round from Loki. Absolutely massive. The things you like to see. I mean, that initial shot, we always like the op shots, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? But yeah, absolute plays coming through from Logi then at the end. Again, not the best of situations to be in, but this shows the importance of baiting yourself into these 1 versus 1s. That situation gets so much easier if you have people pushing you from these separate angles and the timing's a little bit off for them. You get those 1v1s, you get that dub, and it's a swift cleanup. Really, really good stuff there from Logi. And again, the things you like to see, we want to see more of that come through from Revenant. At the moment, timeout being popped, of course, because we do want a little bit more of an even Stevens when it comes to this. Potentially Enigma already getting a few rounds ahead of Revenant. That's putting the pressure on Revenant because they know that this should be going a lot more in their favor right now. Enigma on the other side, I mean, what a performance they've put on so far. Just really not allowing themselves to be that baited by anything. I mean, the last round, granted, it looked like they were kind of getting a little bit on the ropes at points, but the rotation came through so quickly. The timing was on point. It's just ultimately Logi shut that down.
Raphael still will be purchasing that operator, still holding on to A main here. Sees the double satchel already. Looking to counter the push out from Paradox. This time... Okay, never mind. That thing is not going to reach A short in time, or even at all. The bounces, Raphael doesn't really get too much information. Actually, it does get 1, so that's really good. I wonder if Raphael is aware that Blackhawk is now here on short as he is getting pushed out. Can't back out. The elasticity of that C is huge, and Raphael just waited way too long to try to get away from that sticky situation. Very, very sticky. If you saw how difficult it was for him to get away from that.
Right there.
In any case, Excali, only 1 to remain. Everybody else from Enigma here playing very slowly. He does have an angle, but he's giving away his location. How quickly or how well he defend the site? Not well at all. The retake will be forced upon Enigma once again. This A site has been totally dominated here by Revenant. And Paradox is not going to give that operator to be saved here by Enigma, knowing that Enigma is going to be short on creds.
100%. I think this is very smart from Enigma not to try and contest it either. Again, though, Revenant kind of expecting that approach. Look at all the angles they're willing to hold here just to make sure the retake doesn't come through, but it's going to be a little bit of an awkward standstill. I think at some point they'll realize that that retake isn't coming and they'll start to back off safely. There we go. But yeah, another round on the table for Revenant. This should bring us to a 4-2. And that's really good going thus far, clawing back as soon as possible. Again, you really have to take your hat off to Revenant for the absolute stamina that team show. They do not let anything rattle them at all. They just keep going through the motions, and that makes for a very, very solid team.
Absolutely. Star, if not champion caliber team right here in front of us. Raphael, what's going to change? He has the blades now. Seems like they're reinforcing A lot more here as they're putting Tesseract alongside him. They also have, of course, Excali with the presence or the influence of that fault line. So rather than just spreading themselves far apart, thinking that C is going to be the major area here, it's now A, which I think isn't really a bad idea. They're getting as close to contact as they can. But Tesseract might not be too wise there to try to peek in through. Does get crucial information though. But I think Revenant have also figured that Enigma would adjust for the A push. They've conditioned them for it. And look at how they're slowly creeping up for C here, especially with that spike already outside of Garage.
100%. Good spacing, but again, with good spacing comes the chances to get caught a little bit off guard from that defense. Pushes you, but for now, they're holding off, and that immediate team gather can happen towards that A. Take the sign 70 A. Execute, beautiful stuff from that base, and the wing falling down is immediately trading by the beautiful up shot by Bad Love. Tesseract with the pick onto Bad Love, trade back out. Once again, the trade's coming through. Paradox taking out Tesseract as well. That's going to open up so much breathing room for that spike to go down. RVK on a little bit of flankaroonie. I think Paradox is aware of it, ready and waiting, but are they specifically aware of the location? That was a little bit unfortunate because I think RVK wasn't actually aware until they came back to reality and saw that, so that's a little bit uncomfy there. Beautiful shot there by Blackhawk though. RVK falling down. A 1 versus 2. Poor Antidote has to make this work. They have to go for the swing, but Loki, we've seen them clutch out these situations from hell before, and they're gonna do it again.
Same target too. Raw fuel. Oof. He got that on Bad Love. How did Paradox also get through all the way on spawn? I think he double satcheled from mid, or he double satcheled and just went past Tesseract, and then Tesseract was just placed into a point where he couldn't really go anywhere anymore. Anyways, this is not looking too hot for Enigma. They gotta call something different now. But this is where Revenant can keep the ball rolling, especially now that they have such aggressive ultimates to try to create even more of that that space for them, especially with a showstopper from Paradox, who hasn't really fall all together. Yeah, he's gonna go for a showstopper aggressive play. That's why he's brought out the shorty, just so that he can whip it out faster than the Vandal can. Especially on the A side, as they already immediately ping for that. As you can see, they're going to be preparing for this one, Grace.
100%. And Loki could even get the ult up themselves if they're able to get an orb in pocket. So again, it could be a little bit of a uncomfortable one coming from Revenant. We've seen them kind of ult dump before and how well that kind of went for them. My concern there is also the after the fact, you know. But it looks like Revenant have really got everything down and sorted. They know what angles they want to be holding, so I'm not too worried for them. The main thing is now, how are Enigma gonna hold this back? They do have the lockdown on Antidote though, so again, if they do need to go for a retake, that could make it a lot easier if they can stay alive. I mean, look at this already. Rawful actually being the one to shut down Paradox, so that ult is shut down, or any attempt at the aggression with that shotty and ult is immediately removed from the board. Blackhawk going for a little bit of a spray and pray here, and it is carnage around A.
Perfect use of the smoke, the cloudburst, just for that escape. Tesseract, are you going to push this? Because Logi is ripe and waiting into the corner. I think he was very much aware that there could be a flash out play on short, or on long, be aggressive. And if Logi does get a pick here, that is going to be the activation of that ultimate. The slow peek. Raw fuel's prepared. There's a seize in the back of the site. That's not where you want to look. Tesseract missing a couple of those key taps right then and there. Blackhawk does find a crack. Bad Love is looking dangerous, but now he's been thwarted. There is one. Blackhawk, this is the play, Grace. If he can find this win against RVK, he can run all the way through the C site and then TP and pick up that spike as soon as, and maybe have a fighting chance. But RVK realizes this and backs away calmly first, trying to bait in Blackhawk. Oh, that angle is so much. Their timing. And Blackhawk gets it. 18 seconds. He's going to have to run for it, but Antidote is anticipating. Everybody's actually anticipating this. This is beautiful. And now he's going to have to cross.
Here.
I mean, no chance. No, there's no time. No, there's no time. Yep, no time to even try to counter. Maybe time to plant, but no time to counter.
Oh. Do you know what? It's the yes, that is the right thing to do in that situation. Ultimately, it's desperate times call for desperate measures. Again, Enigma were all over it. They knew exactly what was about to happen. They push through the smokes. They collect that dub. They make sure they get it in hand. Good stuff. Still ults across the board as well. I mean, again, that lockdown's still in Antidote's pocket.
You want to play?
That could be huge for Cosmic Divide as well. Loads of defensive, more defensive favorable ults in my opinion. on the side of Enigma as well. So anything that Revenant throw at them, again, in my opinion, if you're Enigma, you try and play for the retake if it does get a bit too hot and heavy. Keep those players alive, essentially. And here we go. Ruffle trying to find a little bit of an opening engagement for their team. The ults all across the board. Again, these aggressive ults attempt to come through, but it's shut down again by Ruffle. That's the second time. Goodness me. No immediate trade-off just yet. Tesseract getting one onto Blackhawk as well, though, and that's going to really make things rougher for Revenant. They really need to find a way to get one of these sites under their belt. Beautiful shot there by Bad Blood, though. Antidote falling down, so that's that lockdown completely removed from Pocket. So again, that retake, if they do manage to get that site secured, is going to be a lot trickier. RBK looking around the corner. Beautiful pick there onto Bad Blood, though. It's going to certainly make the pressure gain a little bit rougher now for the side of Revenant. Loki does get the pick onto Rawful. Wimp looking for the head of RBK. Knows roughly where he is, but no RBK with the swing is going to shut it down. Loki is able to get that pick back off, but again, how can they plant here with that pinch coming through? Tesseract knows exactly where he is. As does Excali, and there we go. Beautiful round there by Enigma. Just so patient with it.
Oh my gosh. Oof. Okay, that pick on Raw Fuel, as you can see on that replay when Logi got him, just made sure that Enigma had all the members of Revenant logged in. They knew exactly where they were. Both of them trying to go for C-Long to try to get the plant in and, of course, fight for that post-plant. And unfortunately, RVK was so quick because Antidote got picked off early. He didn't really chase for the kill against his opponent. Rather, he went for the big brain and just went, okay, they don't know I'm here. Because I'm an Astra, my utility is universal or global. So might as well just go for positions that they're not really going to expect. Like Scally expects it perfectly. Stun. Not really hitting Whip, but it doesn't matter anymore. And now it's just a cleanup of house. Bad Love, though, picks up a weapon here. Doesn't get spotted by the dog. And this actually could be workable for Bad Love. Again, why are they going aggressive to chase for the kill when they know Bad Love already has a rifle in hand? Never try to challenge this man when he has such strong weaponry already. And they respect it now. Backing away smartly now that they don't know where Bad Love has positioned themselves without any sentinels here, Grace. The problem therein lies that there's no information where he is. Even with the stun for Excali, that's not the same as a recon dart. So Bad Love can play the time, pick off the minds of Revenant here and give himself a chance, actually. But of course, once he starts to plant that spike, that's when he gives his location to the whole
30
world.
seconds left.
And he's trying to at least squeeze as much advantage as he can. Enigma, though, I think he already saw the head. Yep, there it is, the stun. Now he knows. But he doesn't want to peek it. He's still respecting the power here of Bad Love. And the timing is just absolutely divine.
100%. 2 more rounds to go before the side switch, and it's looking very good for Enigma. Again, very patient with it. Bad Love, though, once again, having a field day with it. The shots that Bad Love is able to land. And right as you said, fully respecting the ability of Bad Love in that situation. Not willing to go for too much of an aggressive peak. Just really waiting for that timing to favor you. So you can catch them a little bit off guard. Good stuff indeed. Can Revenant bring this up to 7-5? Or will this be a strong defense coming through from Enigma? Again, a little bit of a quiet before the storm. Bits of util coming out either side, but it's more to do with setting the momentum. Both really want to get up close and personal, but they're just not letting the other do it just yet.
Find you.
Loki setting up for this, and potentially that might apply a little bit more pressure, but again, no immediate response just yet. They want to try and get these opening engagements, but it's difficult when you feel you may be falling into a little bit of a trap. The cover goes off to cut off that line of sight as well. That's going to make so much breathing room come through. HL's going out, potentially trying to get a little bit of damage under your belt. Hold back the defense as long as possible. The longer you take to go for that collapse, the more the time burns out. Beautiful shot there by Loki. Rawful falling down. Can the trade come through? The lockdown has been plonked down by Antidote. Again, a very safe position for that to be in. And this king could be matched was able to land it. No, they're not. There we go. Anto and Tesseract falling down. And it's just 2 versus 4 retake. This could be massive for Revenant if they're able to hold on to
One enemy remaining.
now. Again, the trade's coming through. Black Hawk 3 kills for that round and no immediate pushback from RVK. What do you do if you are this player in this situation? Ideally, you pull back, in my opinion, but looks like they are thinking of contesting it. But there we go. Beautiful stuff. Everyone has to get to safety. And that is indeed going to be 7-4. The lurk of 7-5 is there. The lurk of it is there.
What was that from Enigma? They had all of the necessary tools to win. They have the Cosmic Divide to separate long and short from the site itself. They have the Rolling Thunder. And all of those were used kind of against them. You saw that Anthem was booped up by Excali's Rolling Thunder, which made Blackhawk, who wasn't even hit by the ultimate, just have a nice day of, oh wait, 1 kill, 2 kills. And then there was that awkward sequence where Rafio was changing weapons and then the smoke just dissipated. That's a really, really unfortunate and unforeseen event that just led up to total decimation. Wow, Paradox. Great wallbang to get things started. That opens up Garage here, but they won't act up upon it too quickly for now, as they're going to bring back their forces onto A. The pressure is on, and Enigma are being forced here, although Rafio is still playing on A here alongside Tesseract. They still also do have their breach with the fault line set up and everything. Oh, I may have made a mistake that Rolling Thunder was from Wimp and not Excali here, who still does have his own ultimate.
Nice.
Ooh, beautiful 2K there for Tesseract. Whimper Paradox falling down. Excali has gone. Can they get another? No, they can't. There we go. Black Hawk trading it back out. Another pick by RVK. Black Hawk falling down, but Logi once again. Logi to Fraggy. A 7-5 half coming through for Revenant, and that is. But you know what? It's not the best, but it's still decent. If they can really maintain their composure on that defense, it could be all right. But really, this second half, it looks like it would indeed favor Enigma.
Yeah, it should. Enigma's composition, or rather their synergy, looking so much pristine here. And honestly, I was so surprised at how that worked out well for them. So incredibly well done for Revenant. Honestly, Paradox, and more importantly right now, Bad Love has just been doing so good with pressuring the entirety of the map. I love how Bad Love is just fearless to always push and lurk by himself and create that space that always keeps Enigma on their toes. Even if Enigma can read somewhat the situation on a round-to-round basis, the ability of Revenant to still play on the fly on Haven is still something to definitely behold. So with all of that kind of clumped up together, this has given us that 7-5 and a big fighting chance here for Revenant to keep the ball rolling. Again, I speak like this because it still is in the ballpark of Enigma. They still have the advantage. They still have the series point advantage. And this is where we really test the mettle here of Revenant. Can they get this second pistol round in their pocket? Can they start creating that lead? Because even though they do look good, they still don't have the round advantage just yet.
Yeah, again, it was a very close half, and I think that's the main thing. It's the idea that you really should be getting a lot more of those rounds under your belt if you are starting on this map on the attack. Personally, again, I think with Revenant, if they try and go for some of these cheekier plays from the get-go, especially on that pistol. The pistol round on this map is really where you want to be aggressive on the defense. You don't want to dilly-dally. You need to hit them hard and fast. Again, it's why you need to have that immediate pressure on places like A-Long and making your presence known, because you want to put them in a position where they're kind of hesitant to really push one way or another. So again, if you're able to do that and burn out the timer for as long as possible, that can be a nice way to secure that pistol win, in my opinion, just by being aggressive and confident. And we've seen that both teams can do that really well. So again, for Revenant, you just need to give it the extra little push, out.
Right now, we go back into this game. Let's see if that extra push is gonna be what the doctor ordered here for Revenant. Let's look at the kill board. Nice little spread on either side.
No
Tesseract
charges.
leading the charge with 14. For Enigma, for Revenant, it's Logi. 12 overall. So it's the initiators, it's the fades that are actually leading the pack on this one. As we get started with the pistol here. Wants to play triple peek on mid. Oh, there it is. They catch just for a little bit of damage. But no big follow-ups in the end or big catches. If they try to go for A here, Bad Love is waiting. Tesseract, is he going to go for the dry peek or play the safe game and actually use a bit of utility? Actually, nice use on the budget smoke to actually cross the short here. Very much aware of that Bad Love could be in this position. He's actually pushed up way far in, and now he doesn't have a TP. Now what? Okay, he was very much afraid. He wanted to get the catch off, but he put himself in a position where he couldn't really escape now.
100%. But they need to maintain this slight control right now. And look at all the util being dumped out by the side of Revenant.
Spike down A.
The position in hell here from Ruffle is going to make it a little bit lighter as the distraction allows those picks to come through from Tesseract and co. Antidote with the 2K to finish things off. This all round going in favor of Enigma, and again, I think that's really, really going to set the momentum for them.
Some pros still kind of fear that Boombot more than they should. It doesn't deal that much damage compared to before, where it one-shots basically anybody who's below 100. Now it just does 65, 75 damage, I think. So, not the worst anymore, but still, right? In any case, great reads all together. Like, they didn't even have to check if Bad Love was there. They just knew that they had to cross much safer. So, a budget smoke from Aster is just what the doctor ordered. Now, oh, smart. Okay, so Enigma are actually waiting for Revenant to try to do that one play that sometimes works on Haven, which is just to push mid altogether, because nobody's going to be checking that in some situations. But Enigma used the 10 to 15 seconds just to make sure. And now if ever anybody actually plays close up in these corners, you can see they're slow peeking basically everything and making sure that they can punish any plays here. Unfortunately, they will spot nobody, but also fortunately, there's nobody here because they've 4-stacked on C.
100%. All this light control for free as well. All this light control for free. Look at the rotate having to come in again. The duo pressure from Heaven's really potentially going to be beneficial, but they need to deal with Tesseract in hell because we've seen how sneaky Enigma can be with getting in those types of corners. Beautiful shot there by RBK. Paradox and Logi falling down.
One enemy remaining.
Wind falling too. All left down. So there we go. Third on the round for Rawful, and already things are looking very, very good for Enigma. Just the immediate collapse there. As soon as they knew that pressure wasn't coming, they just went for the jugular.
Rafael's angry. He was kind of underperforming in that first half. Immediately picks up the 3K here in the buy round for them. That this comes the bonus of Enigma. It doesn't seem like they're gonna go for a set waterfall on C, so they're probably gonna also just, I guess, test the waters and get information first before anything else. A bit of utility there on the cross. Ooh, just to bait in some rotation. Cloudburst and the dog, and the Prowler. And look at this. It was enough to actually gravitate a few sources here. And they're going to be pushing in. This stage is going to be late. Yep, there's a dash right in. Keep yourself safe and healthy in the default first. Back up the site is only going to be Blackhawk. They do have a flash here. They could actually play that contact. What a jump up from Rafuel. Comes in Loki from behind. Almost good on the flag, but not good enough. Doesn't even do massive damage too. And Wimp. What? Oh, okay. His teammate popped a shot and he immediately reacted to it. And as the smoke gets readdressed, Wimp comes in. What is the whiffs happening right now? This is really hurting Revenant. It's going to be the aftershock to reposition. And Wimp thought that it was going to be a hard swing on right, but rather Excali was just using that aftershock as cover to re-attack onto Logs.
Again, really clean stuff coming through from Enigma. They know that they have that pressure that can be applied so well just because of how large this map is. So they're really just going for the jugular. As soon as they can guess that something's relatively uncontested, they're going for it. The util dump is coming through. They're holding that angle as well. They're baiting a little bit too if they're ringing around the rosy of logs, as you said. It's good stuff to see. Again, how can Revenant clap back here? Do you have a Bucky in hand around Garage? That could be a little bit spicy, depending if that pressure comes through from mid. For now, though, the quiet before the storm. The seas are a little bit settled. No immediate info being fed just yet. It does look like Bad Love's gone to join the rest of Revenant on that sea site, though. So again, I think they're expecting, well, they certainly are expecting it now. Rawful taking Bad Love out. Paradox waiting with that gun in hand. That could be a little bit nasty, but Enigma, their Guardian Angels watching over them. They're not contesting that at all. RBK is going to hold the angle. Oh, it's a bait. It's a little bit of the old bait-a-rooney. They are indeed going to try and contest C still. Look at the rotation, though, coming through from Revenant, and that is so unfortunate because it is a full collapse now onto C. And look at how much control they have. They even have someone to try and watch for that flank as well.
30 seconds
getting
left.
into a more favorable position here after taking out Blackhawk. The post plant is going to be a grim post plant for Revenant right now because they will have to attack from that same angle, and it's going to be very uncomfortable indeed, especially when you've got Raffle beating themselves a little bit. The Astral comes through, gets to glide out the way, which does manage a shot to RBK. Excali falls through, but Tesseract trades it back out onto
One
it.
enemy remains.
2 versus 3, makes that a 3 versus 1 as Logie falls down. Poor Paradox. Can they try and contest it, or will they try and hightail it out then? There we go. Tesseract yet again. A dub on the table, and this is getting very good for Enigma.
That was
Closer
so dirty.
and closer to that match point.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that was so dirty from Enigma to double back like that. And you saw how quickly Revenant were already looking for the swing. Because, I mean, if you're Revenant in that situation, what was, how many seconds was left? Like 30, 40? Usually, yeah, the read was right to just go and rotate because they're already expecting it. But Enigma just doubled back. I just gotta say, that was just so dirty. I'll keep saying it again. That was just so dirty. Anyways, raw fuel. Oh, raw fuel. This is fueled up here. All right, finally gets one pick back. Wimp does the same. Rolling Thunder. There's still plenty of time to actually back away at this. Nightfall is available. Rolling Thunder also on the side of Excali here if he does want to plant that down. Aftershock might force him away. But no, not really. Nightfall for safety. There it is. It's a little bit of information. Honda's still available as well. Vault line. And this is going to be a bit of a fight. It's still pretty early. TP in. Allows him for that over the top vision. Oh, the gravity well. Perfect. The trade also good from Tesseract. Not going to let his teammates sacrifice go unabated. And Bad Love tries to go in onto the site, but that was vision given by the Astra onto Tesseract so he could just deal with Bad Love with ease. But this initial 2 picks was just a thing of beauty from Raw Fuel.
It's just been really consistent, and this is again, your heart's got to go out to Revenant because I felt this was going to go this way. You know, you do have that more favorable side when you are on that attack, and Revenant themselves on their attack, it's a little bit unfortunate. What can they do now? It looks like maybe an aggressive duo may be applied here to this A long. Util going out, potentially as an audio cue as well. Paradox willing to get so bulky with it, but do they know about Tesseract on this little ratty angle? This could be massive. Rawful as well, ready and waiting for the trade. This is what I mean by the trades that come through from Enigma. They set up so well. Paradox going to get the pick there onto Tesseract. Their second actually there onto Rawful. So already the duo play is being shut down. And an additional one down to RBK. Antidote, however, up to the face. Bad Love falling down. A 2 versus 4 collapse. but they can't go for it just yet. Look how split up they are right now. Galley, spike in hand, has to try and hightail it out of there without losing their life. They need to go and try and join their teammate as soon as possible. That's exactly what they're going to do. The bot will give a little bit of defense to that flank. So for now, they just have to focus on getting that plant down and holding for that retake, that all-important retake that Revenant, in theory, should be able to do pretty smoothly.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Now they're going to know it's that C planted, but are they going to know how deep Antidote's flank is? Although everybody else from Revenant has gone all the way for the wraparound here, Grace. This is going to put such a pressure on Excali, but you know what? This is Excali we're talking about. He's the operator master. Although he's going to get deafened, he's going to get flanked, he's basically going to get everything downed up on him. But although Antidote helps him, Excali not really spotted out. Gets back into cover, not going to work. Turret, Nano Swarm, another Nano. This is delaying. They're very low. They have to challenge it. They got a double peek. One is down. Loki, pros don't fake, but he's already exposed himself. Half HP. There's time. Why are you ulting? You know what? It's candy. A little bit of cherry on top just to put that 13-5 well into their favor. RNT, Revenant, they almost got this. Look at this play from Paradox, but something just happened with that 2 versus 4 that showed to us why Enigma is the better team and that why we're looking at this in a 3-1 series.
I mean, that flank around by Antidote was huge. And then look at how well this was played. The pick onto Paradox. Poor Logi. Poor Logi. Nothing they could do in that situation. Again, that was a strong game from Loki as well. And I don't want them to feel bad about that at all. I think that, again, Revenant did what they could with that situation. Admittedly, yes, that attack, they should have got a lot more rounds on the table than what they did. That was their moment to go for the jugular, and it didn't transpire, unfortunately. But Enigma, they were able to get those defensive rounds in their pocket as much as they possibly could. And then as soon as it goes onto that also favorable attack, it was just a runaway train from then on. And it was really, really good stuff from Enigma today. Goodness me.
Yeah. You can really see Enigma's ability to just know what they have to do. We were talking about how it was Rafiel before, even Excali, but this time it's the import Tesseract that brings the MVP to the table for a close in this series. 22 kills, ACS of 331. He was just fighting everybody off of this map, and he is saying, I am an impact player. My goodness, did you really feel that? Especially with how he just defended the site by himself multiple times, actually.
100%. Again, all that util in pocket and how favorable it can be to just really allow you to duck, dodge, and weave in and out of your opponents. I mean, look at this, of course. Blackhawk being the MVP for the side of Revenant, 14 kills in their pocket, but it was just something else on Tessa. I mean, 22 kills for that series. Like that is insane. 22. It's this idea that, again, you know, when we get something like that and we try and work out, you know, the way that would translate across to a KPI, you need at least one to be doing a stand-up job. And that translates as about a 1.22 recurring. So that is not too bad going at all. But it's also, again, not just the amount of picks they're able to get onto the table, it's the utility and how beneficial and how important that was. As soon as they maintained kind of control, the fade util was going out to just really delay any pushback from the opposition. It was so perfectly timed. The duo plays were just constant from them. And that's the main thing that I think we can all take away from this, really. It's this idea that you know, those duo plays and the way that you're playing and pinching together as a team needs to be so on point. I think both teams have a lot of data to go off from that to go ahead. But ultimately, yeah, Enigma are your fire from this region, so that's really, really good stuff. Again, looking at the way that they both got to this position, I think we're a little bit spoiled for choice here because again, I think Velocity are an amazing team. I think God Squad are a really good team with lots of potential. It was a little bit of a amazing grand final to even be having, Revenant and Enigma going head to head. I think the stage was ultimately set, but just those two maps from Revenant were just not there. They were not just playing to the standard that they normally do. I think they're going to be very frustrated with themselves. But again, going forward, so much data to work with. Enigma, on the other hand, beautiful stuff from the get-go. Absolutely just top form. The things you like to see.
Things you like to see from a champion caliber team. Again, we kind of talked about how there is I don't know if the fans will agree with me in the chat right now. If we had the big three of Velocity, Enigma, and God Squad, formerly known as Global Esports, but gotta say, Revenant has also proven to be an incredibly, as you mentioned, compelling team to also add as one of the strongest right now in India. We also have, of course, I feel like Reckoning, even though people do call them just a lesser team, I think they've also proven how incredibly well they play, especially on Haven here. But in any case, guys, we're about to close up with all of this one. Again, we would just like to remind you guys that we still do have the registration for the qualifiers number 2 that are still ongoing. So all teams that are wanting to compete, you guys can join right now. Just check the links that we'll be probably typing in on the chat or something like that. And then the qualifiers will be happening next week. So tune in on Friday onwards to find out which last team will make it to the main event. And of course, aside from that, guys, big shout outs to Galaxy Racer India for making all of this possible. If you guys want to follow them, they have their Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, all at Galaxy Racer India as their URL. So basically check them and follow them, guys. Give the support because they are making all of this possible for our up and coming teams and even the more notable ones to just show themselves once again in these really prestigious tournaments. And after that, just wanted to get your final statement on this one, Grace. What did you how did you feel about this finals cast?
I feel like the region is going from strength to strength lately, and it's really good to see. And I'm so excited to see how the next qualifier goes. I'm excited to see how the SEA qualifier goes. And November, it's gonna go down, and I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it.
Same here. Well, I think that's about it for now. Again, excuse me. Big congratulations to Enigma for winning this particular qualifiers, and we'll see them on the main event again, as you were mentioning, up against other regions happening on later this November. I'm super excited, super stoked about it, and we'll see who the next team is that will be coming from India to go there in qualifiers too. So guys, see you then. We'll be exiting, we'll be signing out. Thank you so much. See you on the next one.